and rebellion. For iniquity running rampant. The researching fountain of youth, but the elixir of life is balance. A self-chemetic in a proper potion. No magic potion, neck when I make on. You make we get rat, so we coming for you, Babylon. See you watching all the dances of stars, seeking to reign another millennium. But none of your laws can save you from the earth's rightful ashes. Pull on rebellion, for iniquity running rampant. The researching fountain of you, but the elixir of life is balance. A self-chemetic in a proper potion. No magic potion, neck when I make on. You make we get rat, so we coming for you, Babylon. See you watching all the dances of stars, seeking to reign another millennium. But none of your laws can save you from the earth's rightful loss. I say I am mass. Defender, pull on rebellion, for iniquity running rampant. The researching fountain of youth, but the elixir of life is balance. A self-chemetic in a proper potion. No magic potion, neck when I make on. You make we get rat, so we coming for you, Babylon. See you watching all the dances of stars, seeking to reign another millennium. But none of your laws can save you from the earth's rightful loss. I say I am mass. Defender. So I want thing, them drive them down, easy done. Blood, sweat and tears, just to end up down in debt. See to the wages, be the earn, but that's a closet check. You pay mortgage, should've reached mortgage. You pay bills, but put on yours, a set face, life could've never bail it. Things rotten, things stink, but the system you're taxing, but who is to account for it?
Pull up.
Rasta to the phone.
So let me know you want some more original
ATM, addicted to the money. No, I want thing, them drive them down, me easy donny. Blood, sweat and tears for it, just to end up down in debt. See to the wages, be the earn, but that's a closet check. You pay more.
Look around the world today, all this is war and rumors of war.
On yours, a set pace, life could've never bail it. Things rotten, things stink, but the system you're taxing, but who is to account for it? Who is to account for it? Cause in foolish acquiesce it seems compensating. But then lie them, tell them about abilities. Assess social security. Birds say he take away from the farm to the bank body. Farmer man still ranking up to now. Performance banks he feeds nations. The youth is sight of power, more stability they implanted. So serve us with potato, head up, choba, fix the real man inna the ground. Inna the ground, inna the ground. The real way inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real way inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real way inna the ground. Rasta say provision, yeah. The real way inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real way inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real way inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real way inna the ground. Been draining all the blood of the earth to fuel your worship. Mining the color soul of the earth to take a flesh. When you're greedy, how you gonna take till nothing left? A grave mistake this, cause you know the earth abundantly cares. That's what you're draining all the blood of the earth to fuel your worship. Mining the color soul of the earth to take a flesh. When you're greedy, how you gonna take till nothing left? A great mistake this, cause you know the lot about the decay. From a those dash one seed, boss one tree. Spring yield food, they shouting a multiplicity. Said the earth is the last and the food needs. Never think them would have lived the city, Rasta teachings reach. I always remember when you tell me, go outside and do to me. Try it, no boy, it's the way this sanction days now. Throw it away, cause the real inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. One tree, spring yield food, they shouting a multiplicity. Said the earth is the last and the food needs. Never think them would have lived the city, Rasta teachings reach. I always remember when you tell me, go outside and try it, no boy lead. It's the way since ancient days now. Throw it away, cause the real inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real inna the ground. Rasta provision, yeah. The real inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real inna the ground, inna the ground, inna the ground. The real inna the ground. Since colonial desertivity devastation, attempting to erase our indigenous genius, take I from Mama Africa compound plantation. But still the highest degree of masonry, sugar mills and fortresses we build them. Cities in Britain planting cane and the cotton. Evil acts still prevailing as nothing. Blowing up mountains for the sake of a little profit. It's a lot to lose.
Hear this in us here. Hear this in us here. Yeah. Rastafari from the mountain to the plain to the pinnacle. Blacker than I said, Jah. Rastafari, hear this last year.
Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Right away. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Smite away. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Yeah. Take I from Mama Africa come on plantation. But still the highest degree of masonry, sugar mills and fortresses we built them. Cities in Britain planting cane and the cotton. Evil act still prevailing as nothing. Been on every station since colonial they started with deforestation, attempting to erase our indigenous genius. Take I from Mama Africa come on plantation. But still the highest degree of masonry, sugar mills and fortresses we built them. Cities in Britain planting cane and the cotton. Evil act still prevailing as nothing.
Talk to me, people, talk to me.
Blowing up
Are you
mountains
sure
for the
you
sake
want
of a
some
little
more?
profit.
Let me know you want some more.
It's a lot
If you
to
want some more.
lose. If you're snared by the brood of a hurricane, bring it anew. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Smite away. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Right away. Bring it anew. Bring it anew.
Yeah, let me see your way of you. I know if you come on the dear body for. You ready? Fire!
Known to be a land of sacred consecration, head cornerstone, the base pillar of foundation. Cassian fever grass and welcome flagration, as the lion fire ready in a jar habitation. So still with diligently holy ravens of precious, the guardians we keep. Sequential grain of the grade with the party. Well, I hunted the Luvian, Mariam, most blessed, most blessed. And to deliver on balance and direction. For it's a lot to lose. It's a lot to lose. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Right away. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Smite away. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Bring it anew. Bring it anew.
Look around the world today, all we see is wars and rumors of war. Want to send this message of peace to all of our leaders out there. Whether you're black or white, Christian or Muslim, no matter what your religion or ideology, one God, one aim, one destiny. Are you with me?
The youths them yearning for higher learning, higher learning, higher learning. The youths them yearning for higher learning, higher learning, higher learning. Higher. The youths them yearning for higher learning,
Rasta to
higher
the
learning,
bone.
higher learning. Higher. The youths them yearning for higher learning, higher learning, higher learning.
Seeing something fresh, something that the people don't know about, something that will come to them as something new.
Do you want to use some love?
Violence is sensitizing our minds. Misinformation, propaganda, heavily spreading wide. And still you wonder why don't you give us advice to choose between what's wrong and what's right?
me know you want.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is Salam. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope everybody doing good tonight. Welcome to our story. Another wonderful session. Another wonderful session. Welcome to our story. Negusa Salam. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we are going to dive into some good learning tonight. Some higher learning. Some higher learning. I'm going to get into that. Yes, indeed. We're here to fulfill the greatness that the Most High has set us to do with discipline, truth, and justice. Because it's only righteousness shall exalt a nation. Yes, indeed.
And I saw a black lion walking out of the sun. He was a dreadlock one. I saw a blue fire burning daytime in lotion. Send them inside for chemical simulation of radiation. And I saw, and I saw Al-Kibulan, also Kazan. And I saw a people of tar black complexion, Ethiopian from Zan, or Zoan or Zion. Supreme dream to be I, Tar from Zan, Tarzan, black man, or Oedipus fixation. And I saw a black lion walking out of the sun. He was a dreadlock one. And I saw a blue fire burning daytime illusion. Send them inside for a chemical simulation of radiation. And I saw and I heard them say, I dream of he and he is me. Just like Mike Chandra, singer and musician, they want to be. The original text gave the definition of Vatican. Judah lion, Judah star, the figure 8 is near completion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hope y'all heard them lyrics well, because they're going to be all over the lecture tonight. Yes, the Judah Star. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A blue fire. Yes, sir. We're going to talk about all these things. As you can see tonight on the poster, we got His Imperial Majesty, Negusa Nagas Haile Selassie, in his blue sleeve right here. I also got Emperor Menelik II in his blue right here. So we're gonna go into that. We're gonna get into the topic tonight. This is a holy war. We track the path from darkness into how your hero emerges from obscurity, claims memory, and builds the future. Yes, I. Yes, I. So, welcome in everyone. We'll be starting in a few. Yes, I. Nebuchadnezzar Salam. And I just want to get this moment to shout out to House of Siba in Jamaica, House of Siba Sacred Space, and they are rebuilding. They are doing their due diligence. They are doing their good works, and we will be taking any donations for them to help them out to get their work done, to help the people. Ras Jabali, wonderful Ras, he has a crew of people already doing some good works, rebuilding his place of the sacred space, and also rebuilding with members in the community, helping people with their homes and stuff. So, we're looking to support our brethren in Jamaica, looking to support them from the ground. He's also dealing with the farming aspect. So we're looking to help them on their farming, get all these things back up so that the economy can be moving in a healthy manner. So if you have anybody that is looking to donate seeds, looking to donate tools, looking to donate equipment, things like solar lights, things like garden instruments, farming instruments, containers for water, things to, build up quickly. These things can be donated, these things can be put together. So you definitely reach out to us, reach out to our link tree over on Local 49 Media on Instagram, reach out to us over on Facebook as well for anything you need to find out. We'll definitely get you the information as how you can help out. And definitely just help out with anybody who is dealing with helping out Jamaica as well, just in general. So yes, I. Welcome in, welcome in.
You muted Ross Kimmy, if you don't know. I think I see you speaking, but we don't hear you because you're muted.
Yes, I give thanks. We're gonna have the prayer tonight in a song from the man himself, Garnick Silk. Lord, watch over our shoulders tonight. Yes, I.
Here I come again, Jaja. Before your presence be singing. Lord, watch over our shoulders tonight and help us live our words tomorrow. Let's not forget where we're from, Father, show us the way to go. He said I must love and feed my enemies, and I'm gonna do it. He said I shouldn't hate or grudge, and I won't, not even for a minute. Let only truth come from my lips. Bless our souls, cause without you we can't make it. Lord, watch over our shoulders tonight and help us live our words tomorrow. Let's not forget where we're from, Father, show us the way to go. You're the wind beneath my wings, see me through all little things. You lifted me when I was down, now you have me standing on higher ground. Lord, watch over our shoulders tonight and help us live our words tomorrow. Let's not forget where we're from, Father, show us the way to go. How excellent is thy name, deliver us from sin and shame. Out of the mountain, babe, and suckle in, you are ordained strength. Oh, Jah, I'm depending on you. Oh, no other help I know. Oh, Jah, I'm depending on you. Oh, no other help I know. You're the only way. God be deep. With you I wanna stay. Please don't go away, Lord. Lord, watch over shoulders tonight and help us live our words tomorrow. Let's not forget where we're from, Father, show us the way to go. You said I must love and feed my enemies, and I'm gonna do it. You said I shouldn't hate or grudge, and I won't, not even for a minute. Let only truth come from my lips. Bless our souls, Lord, without you we can't make it. Lord, watch over our shoulders tonight live thy words tomorrow. Let's not forget where we're from, Father, show us the way to go. You're the wind beneath my wings, see me through all little things. You lifted me when I was down, now you have me standing on higher ground. Lord, watch over our shoulders tonight and help us live our words tomorrow. Let's not forget where we're from, Father, show us the way to go. Oh, Jah, I'm depending on you. Oh, no other help I know. Oh, Jah, I'm depending on you. No other help I know. Watch over our shoulders, help us live our words. Alright. Lord, watch over our shoulders tonight and help us live our words tomorrow. Let's not forget where we're from, Father, show us the way to go. Lord, watch over our shoulders tonight and help us live our words.
Finding the things you and your family
Yes,
need to
sir.
do
Yes, sir.
well,
Yes, sir.
it's kind of a big deal.
Hold on.
Finding ways to save on those things is an extra big deal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Negusi salam. Yes, welcome in again. Welcome in. And next we'll have the anthem, and then we'll have our chaplain open us up with the prayer. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. One more.
Land of Ethiopia, it's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods have to be. Like bees to a hive swiftly children are gathered to thee, with orange, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. Land of Ethiopia, it's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods have to be. Like bees to a hive, sweet
safely gathered. Your children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our Negus high, who keeps Ethiopia free. To advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness leading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God for us all. Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once smote thee underneath. Children are artically calling from over the distant sea. Jehovah, the great one, has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong. Sent his holy angels to guide us and to protect us in this land. God bless our Negus high, who keeps Ethiopia free. To advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God for us
Gratitude for that gratitude. Yes, indeed. Chaplain.
Take the brethren.
Yes, this is the one.
Musa salam. Leku Makam Nigatu. Abakudus Katamawe Haile Selassie. Tiam Exhibia. Sila. Ethiopia Hordes Lebeshi. Ethiopia, be happy. Sila. Ethiopia, be happy. Ethiopia, be happy. Thanks to the power of Xavier and your ruler. Your brave citizens are unanimous, and your freedom will never be touched. As your mountains are defiant, and your people do not fear any enemy. Long live our victorious ruler, Gatamari, to the glory of our country. Adhu Ab Kudus, World Memphis Kudus, Haliakal, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Stiam, Exhibia, Tilahaha Malakat. Bahaman Ab, Wild, Memphis Kudus, Haliakal, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Exhibia, Tilaha Malakat. One is the Holy Father, one is the Holy Son, one is the Holy Spirit, through the might and power of divine peace of Kedus Selassie, the Lord's anointed King. He who makes us merry through his righteousness, Kalaku Mari. Truly, the Father is holy. Truly, the Son is holy. Truly, the Holy Spirit is holy. Through the might and power of divine peace of the Holy Triune, the Lord's anointed. He who makes us sing by his righteousness and his merriness. Talaku Mari. Sila, Sila, Sila. O Abacadus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Exhibia. Wrap thy hands around I people and bring thy peace upon our people in Jamaica, that they can be as one, for they can really try as one people out of many to come together to overcome this calamity that has befallen them, that they will see brother and sister in each other's and do unto others as you will have them do unto thee, that the hungry may be fed, the naked clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and the infants cared for, and the shelterless sheltered, and the prisoners visited, and those uneducated in Christ's heavenly manner, educated in the manner thereof. Be with I and I in this time and shed thy holy grace upon us. For in peace you said you leave us, but thy peace thou give unto us. But not as the world giveth, O Lord. Neither be afraid, and let thy heart be troubled. Be with I and I, for the Most High is a very near help in times of trouble. As the shade upon thy right hand, he shall be. Be with I and I, rise upon I and I in this time, and hear the cries and blessings of thy people, O Lord. Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Exhibia, Adhu Ab, Weld, Memphis Kudus, Haliakal, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Exhibia, Sela, Sela, Sela. Give thanks. Yes, sir.
Yes, I give thanks to the Lord at this moment. Always again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. So tonight is a vibrational night. The moon and the seven sisters are dancing tonight. And some of you know they're speaking on this moon energy from yesterday and the 5th, speaking on the brightness. And this language is returning to like a second nature to us again. Us speaking in this dimension is returning to us like a second nature again. So tonight, it's gonna be kind of, this is for those, this is a night for you who have come to a certain degree in yourself of understanding. So we will begin as we always do with first speech by His Majesty. Education, work, and diligence are the main foundations of our national existence. We call upon all Ethiopians to send their children to the nearest schools, for it is suicide and crime against responsibility, which Jah places on all parents. Not to educate one's own children is a violation, it is a crime. So, in one essence, some people would take that and think that means us just send our children to somebody else's school. But he said the responsibility is on the parents, and it is for our heritage, our knowledge. So we come on our story, trying to bring liberated information, not for us to go into praise, but as His Majesty said, for us to become that which this world has ill prepared us for. They have not educated us for. So who is supposed to do this? Again, another part of his speech of His Majesty. This one is in 1948. The last one was in 1946. Loyalty inspires understanding, and understanding cooperation. These are the clearest evidence of strength. But the solid basis for all lies in education. It is education which allows people to live together, makes them avoid the pitfalls of immorality, and induces respect for the law. So us knowing our story helps us mend the wounds. And we started a session one time and we spoke on the 3 wounds of Hiram Abiff, the master builder of Solomon's temple. Hiram. And the wound was to his heart, to his throat, to his head. By the 3 ruffians, Jubilah, Jubilo, Jubilam. But the heart is a key factor in the science. The throat, the vibrational component, the reed. The heart, the throat, the vibrations, the ability to release them, to communicate on a certain level. It's not about the spoken word. And then the 3rd wound is to the head. The inability to know or think clear, the inability to speak, the inability to love or have understanding. This is our state. We are the master builders of this world. And we have been buried in a shallow grave. We've been placed in a box, like the box of Asar, the box of Osiris. 72 conspirators. But what does these words, what does this science mean to us? What is being conveyed? So we started last week by saying, we want to make a clarity on certain components, and we brought the Canaanite Cushite to the forefront. But in that clarity, we wanted to discuss our ancient teachings, not what we think is religion and stuff now, but now we have a construct of a suffering people. Now we have a construct of a people who need saving. But was that our construct originally? A people who are calling on God because they feel forsaken. So their God is the God of a redeeming. So the God becomes a God of mercy, a God of this, a God of that. But what would be the construct or the archetypal development or the mindset of a people prior to colonial or enslavement, domination, or into any type of divisional fall or war amongst themselves? And they were operating in a higher consciousness. How would their archetypal settings be? What would be the reality of that mind? Because that's what's lost. They say the word is lost, the lost word. The 10 tribes are lost. What does those things mean? Are they hints? Are they clues? But they say the word was with God and the word became flesh. But the word is lost. Who lost the word? Where would they lose it at? And you would hear people say these things in like riddles or in references to mythology. Then you would hear things like, well, if they say that, but the word was with the master builder, Hiram Abiff. And when they slain him, the word that he had for the master builder's pay went into the grave with him. So the word was lost. Now, that's something. That is something. Now, let's just keep this mindset for just a little moment. And I want to show something. And we're going to come to it. And I know this might seem slightly confusing in a sense, but you'll get where we're going at with this first. So let's just look at times and what times mean. So Revelations 5 is a chapter that is always quoted and used heavily in the Rastafari community. Very heavy. And sometimes there may be some things we might be a little bit overlooking, or there may be other dimensions to it. So let's begin with this. And I saw in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written within, and on the backside sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, "Who is worthy to open the book and to loose the seals thereof?" And no man in heaven, nor in earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. Now let's go back up to 1. And I saw in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written within. Within what? So who's supposed to go inside of a person and open something? So there's more to these words. We're going to discuss it. And I saw a strong angel proclaim with a loud voice, who is worthy to open the book and to loose the seals thereof? And no man in heaven nor in earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. And I wept much because no man was found worthy to open and to read the book, neither to look thereon. And one of the elders said unto me, weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root, not a descendant, a root. A root is where you begin at. The root of David has prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof. And I beheld, and lo, in the midst of the throne and the 4 beasts, and in the midst of the elders stood a lamb as it had been slain, having 7 horns, 7 eyes. Which are the 7 spirits of God sent forth into all of the earth. So the lamb had, having 7 horns, 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits sent forth into all of the earth. Horns, eyes. And he came and took the book out of the right hand of him that sat upon the throne. We're going to go back. Who did this? And I beheld, and lo, in the midst of the throne and the 4 beasts, in the midst of the elders stood a lamb, as it had been slain, having 7 horns, 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent forth into all of the earth. And he came and took the book out of the right hand of him that sat upon the throne. So the person on the throne and the lamb, they're different. And when he had taken the book, the 4 beasts and the 4 and the 24 elders fell down before the lamb, having every one of them harps, golden vials full of odors, which are prayers of saints being released. And they sung a new song, saying, thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof. For thou wast slain and hast redeemed us to God by thy blood out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation, and has made us unto our God kings and priests, and we shall reign on the earth. And I beheld, and I heard a voice of many angels, round and about the throne, and the beast and the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000s and thousands, saying with a loud voice, worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive the power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessings. Now, I want you to think about this paradigm. It's a lot of metaphysical science here. But the paradigm shifts. Paradigm shifts. What shifts? Something is slain. Something is slain. But is that the crucifixion that you think is being spoken about? Is that on the cross what you think is being spoken about? And who holds the book on the throne? And going up one more. Weep not, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has prevailed to open the book. The root is the Lamb. The book with the 7 seals, the throne, is what? The root of David is considered the Lamb who opens a book. But there's a throne in which this sits on. Now, the next stage is, and has made us unto our God. What God? Why not unto himself? Why our God? Why is the word our God? Kings and priests. And now you shall reign. So you wasn't reigning before. So just to keep that mentality, I want you just to keep those thoughts. We're going to try to remember to come right back to this verse at the end and explain it out more. But we're going to go through some in-depth things. And I'm just ask you to have tolerance with me and keep up in this little riddle that has been put before you. Things will come a little bit more clear. Ross Kimian, can you show the video before I go into this other videos? I just thought about it. That'd just be best to go ahead and let you show that now. The YouTube video we recorded.
Don't have a video at the moment.
Oh,
maybe a few minutes.
Okay.
All right.
So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and go right here for just a little moment, then we'll stop and come right back, just to hit it. Where I want to go with this. Where's the video? I'll show a little bit of this now.
The foothills of Mount Kilimanjaro. On the foothills of Mount Kilimanjaro. This is the story, a story you find throughout Africa. There was once a time when the blue sky was invisible, when the whole world was covered with mist, when you could not see the sun as it is now. You only saw it as a splash of white light moving slowly across the sky. At that time, there was an eternal drizzle every day of the year. At that time, people could not see the stars. People only saw the trees growing, trees which were very, very big. There was no desert at that time, only jungle everywhere where you went. At that time, say, people were what we call in Zulu, ngubili. A human being was both male and female in one body. And out of the sky, one
Now, when we start on this topic here, we're going to start a video in a few minutes. And we begin by explaining what is the language of the creative force, the creator that our ancestors really kind of dealt in. Was it a sacred book like how we have today? Was it some kind of just writing and we just hold it and we say, oh, this the words of our ancestors and this was it? Nah, that's not our ancestors. That's our mental today. So when we speak about the real writing of God or the creator is in nature. And when we say as above, so below, the 6-point star, as above, so below, as within, so without. So the story of life is in life. The story of life is in life. So in the womb of the mother, the ovulating energy is a spiraling etheric force that is seeded by a plasmic light that then starts it to open its portal evolution into this realm. And it is able to take form here. Now that etheric body goes to like a plasmic body form. And then it goes to an androgynous form where it is neither male nor female. This travel in the womb of the mother is also the travel of us on earth. See, everything is a reflective. Remember how cells and the geometrical shapes, it is a knowledge of understanding that. So in life is the story of life. Now, there comes a dimension in that because you could just flatline it still. So we're saying in life is a story in life. Now, you could say, well, okay, well, that's the material reality. Okay. But there's a spiritual dimensional reality in it. And we always repeat over and over, an atom is energy that could be neither destroyed nor created. An atom is energy that can be neither destroyed nor created. It is an eternal essence. It is eternal essence. Okay? So if inside of you is a photonic electronical, not electronical, electricity, a photonic electricity that you call the pulse of life, that they measure it based on EKGs and on your brain and your heart structure, and something is pulsating in you that they call life. Not just how you might think blood, but we're talking about real electrical plasmic energy. And they know that. So they're looking at you now that you're this energy body. Then when we go to the next stage, we always go to hydrogen. Why do we go to hydrogen? Because science now is admitting that the statements made by our ancestors when they said that we are children, children of the sun, when they mute your phone, please, that when they said that you're children of Ra, children of the sun, that was not a religious belief or worship of the sun. That was science. They were speaking from a dimension of science. And when they wrote it in dimensions. So now when you talk about the dimensions of the science, the hydrogen is the same thing in the sky as the sun. So that's the infrastructure of your DNA is hydrogen. So you're a hydrogen being, you're a body of light. So light comes to the number 7. So if you're a body of light, light has 7 spectrums. 7 spectrums of light. So you're a being of light. Now, your first stage on the earth was light, etheric. So you never left your first stage. You're still that stage. You're just vibrating at a different dimensional reality. You're just vibrating at a different dimensional reality. But the other reality still exists. Never went away. Now, your ability to conceive that is based on the dimension that you have now. Well, let's just get into it. The first step so we can get a understanding or overstanding of it. So we're going to start with science. And we use this symbol. This symbol is a handed down symbol. And the symbol evolves. So the degrees of understanding it evolves. So it's degrees, it's dimensions. So when we get to this symbol, the first thing we talk about is, because we're trying to explain to you the difference in our ancestral mindset. And when you say you have a religion. So, and some people say, well, I'm spiritual, but yeah, I believe in this. Okay, that's good, but it's not a belief in this. You're dealing with a different form of science, the phenomenology of a science process. But if you're still in a belief process, you're still trapped somewhere. You're still trapped somewhere. And the reason I'm speaking to you is I want you to understand how paradigms are created. See, you're living in someone else's paradigm. How does somebody create a paradigm? So you really don't overstand the reality in which you do live in, because people have limited you to overstanding your ancestral truth. And see, at that stage, once you do, this is why His Majesty said, those return us to our ancient Ethiopian knowledge, assimilate it. Why? Because it's going to bring us back to those great heroes. The heroes evolve. So in our degrees, we say Black Messiahs, to remind people that each and every one of you are a Messiah. You're not waiting on a Messiah. You are the Messiah. If something need to happen, you make it happen. If you see a vision and say, boy, we need to be doing this, that's your vision. Make it happen. You the Messiah for that vision. But can you create that paradigm? Or do you believe you don't have the power to? Are you waiting on something else to show you? Or do you deny your power at the same time you say you believe in the power? So this is what we're discussing today, because it's about being empowered. And that's why His Majesty said, your education, the foundation, this is what empowers the people to their greatness, to their loyalty, to their responsibility. See, a Messiah will make the sacrifice because they know the truth. They are not afraid. So that consciousness, where did it die at? Because that was a living reality for all of us at one time. So this is the science. The science is called temple building. Temple building. And we'll make clear that that is not said for nothing. So as we began using symbolism to remind your consciousness and to take your consciousness back to where it always operated at. But also in these symbols lies a whole lot of truth, because they represent your science. So here you see a circle, a triangle, and a square. Geometry, geo, earth, metrics, measurements of the earth, and the God of the heavens and the earth. So this is science of the heavens and the earth, science of the temple. So you're hydrogen, you're a body of light. So you're 7 bodies, but you're the 7 spirits sent forth into all of creation. So what is that? That became known in later times as the 7 angels, the archangels. But before they were called angels or angelos, they were called theos, because theos is theology, and it was the spirit of God, the 7 spirits of God. So the archetypal definitions change over time. And then the science behind the words and the definitions become a lost reality. It's a language spoken beyond words because it is a science of life. But there are initiative words and things that we can refer to give us an overstanding here. And so here you have your 7 bodies, your spirit, your soul, your mind, your emotional body, your astral body, your life force, your physical body. These are your 7 bodies. And this is the house in which the sun shines upon. And this is the house in which the sun shines upon. So this house also represents like the story of Solomon and Sheba, the solar man and the 7. Sheba is 7. So the coming together of Solomon and Sheba. So it's a science. Well, let's go a little further. Before we read here and stay on this, just want to show you another little demonstration here because we want to make it clear. So you see your symbol here, but I want you to see the definition behind the symbol. Can somebody read what this? Well, I got to keep it like this. Can somebody read what this definition is for this symbol, for this stella, this obsolete, this stella? What does this picture symbolize? And this is how we go into our discussion. Somebody, go ahead. Floor is open. Somebody please read.
Fallen stella. Another fallen Axum stella, almost 9 meters long, bears an especially interesting relief carving. Near its apex is a capital formed of 2 leaves supporting a square within a square, surmounted by a triangle. This could be the earliest ever image of the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia art.
The Ark of the Covenant. But the Ark of the Covenant is a totally different shape. But this is the triangle and the square. And so the Ark of the Covenant also has another name throughout Ethiopia that is recognized under. And that is Mary, the Sacred Mother. That's why the temple in Axum is St. Mary. So now there's a codification put in front of us. But if you're just tracing a belief system, you can't see the living codification before you. In the codification in which our ancestors spoke in is basically geometry, signs, and symbols. And we're going to get clear with that because the only way you know you're dealing with something is nature says it back to you. So when we speak to science, we're going to show nature saying it back so that you know this ain't Lazarus. This ain't my theory. This is our science. So here we call this the temple. And the temple is where the Ark of the Covenant dwells, inside of the temple. The glory of God. That's what the Ark of the Covenant is also called. So inside of the temple, which you are the temple, is the glory of God. Now, the story teaches you that when the kingly and the priestly orders are divided, Israel falls. When unclean ways come into the temple, they lose the Ark of the Covenant, the glory of God. So they're not a keeper of that morality, of that frequency. And the dimensions of it can't dwell with them. So as within, so without. As above, so below. So now we got to look within, we're going to look above, and we're going to look below. because we're dealing with dimensions. So in this, we always start with the story of Adam and Eve. And I always ask the question, if Adam and Eve is the story about a man and a woman who've died and they're gone, what can we do about it? It's a dead letter. If it's just about a man and a woman that are dead and gone, it's a dead letter. It's a story of, it's a dead end. It's the end of it. It's nothing you could do. But when you understand that or overstand that the story is speaking about Atom or Adam as Atum, or as our ancestors said, Atum, and that Eve would represent matter and not a woman. Matter, the mother of all living things, matter. All things are matter. And they're made up of atom. And so drawn out of Adam comes matter. Now they say drawn out of. And when they say you study an atom, it's really empty space. Empty space. You know how they show us in school, but it's really empty space. So drawn out of the darkness, out of the empty space, the material existence comes. That's alchemy, alchem, the black god, the black dot, the black sun, the Krishna, the Christ. So when we take the story out of just being a man and a woman, it's not flatline. It has dimensions. Now that it's atom, energy that can neither be destroyed, and matter, the mother of all living things, the material existence, Mother Nature, Father Time, the existence in space is time. So atom that allows the existence in space is a controller of time. But what is atom and what is time? What did our ancestors say? Is it what we think? I'm getting older. The clock is ticking. Got 24 hours. Is that time? Is that really how they perceive time? And time is based on where you believe you are. How you believe you're traveling. So when we speak of this mindset, it requires an adjustment in many aspects. So now we start thinking in another dimension. And so here's where we always quote the great gospel song. We fall down, but we get up. Everybody had loved that song. And I saw fall 7 times. 7 times. How do you fall 7 times? How do you fall 7 times? So now we're looking at this falling 7 times and getting back up. Now, what does getting back up mean? Because we just said the Hiram Abiff, the master builder, is buried in the shallow grave. So here, your 7 bodies, 7 spirits, 7 spirit, soul, 6 mind, 5 emotional body, 4 astral body, 3 life force, 2 physical body, 1. 7, and your seventh heaven is spirit. So they say the Prophet Muhammad went up into Mount Hira, the mountain of light. Light, light, spirit. So when we talk about your existence and coming here in certain form, we talk about your body of light. Now, those are almost the same thing, but they're a dimensional reality a little bit different because the course of one exists. The seeing of other cannot sometimes exist because people are blinded, so they don't see their light. But the light is there. So this is when we're speaking in certain languages. And I said to a lot of people, go watch the movie on Netflix, Jagun, Jagun. Now, for some, it may be difficult, but if you pay attention, the whole movie in the language and the way our ancestors spoke, they wrote it beautifully. It's proverbs, it's parables, it's psalms. That's how we spoke. So to really get the core of that is an understanding that we're hoping that can be conveyed here. So you have spirit, which represents your neutron. See, we're going within, as above, as below, as within, as without. Spirit represents your neutron. Soul is the proton, the prototype of your being. And mind is electron, for your mind has the ability to elect. Now, in science, the movement of an electron is electricity. And the mind is the keeper of the crossroad between the higher self and the lower self. Now, what if the mind loses its charge? Then it has elected wrong. And the being, that higher self, that triune, that sun, that spirit, can fall and be entrapped in this box below. And then it only sees itself through its emotional and its physical body, trapped in the lower nature, unable to experience its higher nature. So it's trapped in the box. So the being that originally operated in its spirit has fallen to its physical body. We fall down 7 times, but we can get back up. So this temple, this box, the glory of God, this throne, this mercy seat. See, in the story in the temple, the mercy seat, the throne is within the temple. And you have to go through a veil to get to the glory of God. Well, in ancient Kemet, Aset, Isis said, no mortal man, no mortal mind can enter into my veil. Now, Aset, the feminine principle, is what we would call the box, the square, for emotions is up and down. So it's like water. And the emotions get troubled by the moon. Soul howled. Then you have your astral, where you standing sometimes around or sitting there in a chair and you start to daydream, you start to drift off way out your body. Then somebody says something and they scare you and you jump back in your body. That's your air, because air is light, it floats. So you're floating away in your astral. So you've got water, you've got air. Then you have your life force, which is your breath or your blood that goes through your body. And that's the fire. That's the candle that you want to keep lit. So here is fire, water, air, fire. Then you have your physical body, which is called earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So your earthly vessel made up of the earth, brought together by the electronical, well, not the electrons vibrating a magnetical force that holds you together in an intelligence operating in one. So now this has become your cellular structure, but you have an intercellular reality. You have a circuitry that is an intercellular reality. Where is the power box? Where is the power cord? So now you're in the box, which is water, air, fire, earth. That's nature. That's matter. But can you see past the material world that you are bound in now? Can your consciousness extend into the seventh heaven? This is when people talk about they're doing the chakras and but a lot of times we can't get past our astral body. So we're still right in the auroric egg, still within the veil of the lower self. So sometimes we meditate and we can get a little astral projection, but we've gone no further than the auroric egg. You're still within your own energy vessel. So that's why your mind can't get clear, because now you're still living the traumas and the things that you're trying to escape and get out of. So while you're trying to meditate, all these thoughts just programming, boom, 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 they hitting you because you're still in the auroric egg. Well, why are you still there? Ain't it something you got to slay something? Something you dragging. Okay. So now we have neutron, spirit, proton, soul. Neutron, spirit, proton, soul, electron, mind, water, emotional body, air, astral body, fire, life force, earth, physical body. But this is the temple in which the sun shines upon. This is the temple in which the glory of God is within. But this one symbol is saying all of these things. See, so in ancient times, this is how you would have been trained. You would be trained in first dimensions of a symbol, second dimensions of a signal, then the third dimensions of a signal. Then you would then start to be able to understand the correspondence and cycles in which you deal with this. So again, one of the keys in this overstanding of this science is this is your body. This is you. And this is your science. But you originally operated in spirit. You originally operated in that higher connection. But now we don't operate in that. We operate in the lower form. So we fallen. We fallen into the box. So one of the things we always keep going over is the box is spoken to us in many ways. It's a 7. So there's 4 legs and 3. That's X and Y. That's our chromosomes. So we got masculine and feminine. So when the people in the church say, "Our Father who art in heaven," they're speaking about a masculine principle, not a man. So you'd have to understand the science of the masculine principle in that spiritual aspect. And then they say, Mother Nature, that's matter, that's the physical plane. So you've got 3 and 4. So your soul follows the mind as a mirror. And the soul looks to the mind to tell it, to show it its image. But if the mind gets trapped, in the lower mind, in the emotional, the astral, and the physical, then that's the image it shows to the soul. And then the soul, the soulmate, does not see its first love, its spirit. It doesn't even believe in its spiritual reality. It doesn't see its spiritual self because the mind has now projected an imagery to it. And so the soul becomes lost in the abyss, in the cosmic waters. So the soul has become lost in the cosmic waters. It's drowning. And it's fighting, it's swimming, trying to fight till it can get back to that stage to where it has that connection. But the soul gets tired because the mind is the electron. The mind is the electron, and the movement of electron is electricity. So the charge of the being, see, because now that the mind is not operating in its power, it has to find ways to feed on lower aspects to charge its being. And these lower aspects, like maybe a brand new car might hype it up for a minute. Some new clothes might hype it up for a minute. Maybe some good sex might hype it up for a minute. But then at the end of the day, that energy starts to go back down. And the soul starts to remember it's still drowning. And the frustration of life. And it seems like, well, I don't have enough. Maybe if I had more, I would feel better about myself. So now the minds of the people are tricked. They all the way in the box. They don't even know value no more. The value is determined by the exterior reality. We don't even see spirit as value. We dealing with our emotional structure. I don't have time for people. I'm just, my day ain't, I don't even feel like, so you don't even see the spirit in people no more. You're dealing with your box. You're dealing with your emotion. You're dealing with your physical reality. You're not even operating in your higher mind. You're bound. See, so our ancestors, when we spoke science, not belief system. Science. Because only through the dimensions of science can we build the new paradigm. But if you're only talking science, how you gonna build the new paradigm? You don't understand the dimensions. So many people are still trapped in the box. That's the Asa. That's the ascent. And there's more to the story. Because when you find out about how Asa body drifts to a tree and a king builds a palace around the tree, which his body is stuck into, there's a whole story there. But that's science. You ain't asked to believe in that. You were told to learn the degrees in that. Not profess that you are set and I hold that prayer that says, no, if you understand the science in that, then you haven't even got to the first degree. And if you're going and doing rituals, ceremonies, and you're coming out without the solutions to creating your new paradigm, then you didn't tap in. You ain't went nowhere. You praise in a false realm. You still in beg for mercy. You still in a sufferer God. You still waiting on the Messiah. You have not come to the science yet. So our ancestors, that wasn't them. They said they was going in and they were going to go do this thing. That's how they built a pyramid. They didn't go there and didn't get no answers. So it's science. Ross Kimian, do you have the video ready yet? Ross Kimian, do you have the video ready?
Yes, I. Yes, I.
Yes, I. Go ahead.
Yeah, Rastafari. I see us.
You're not sharing the screen yet. You're not.
Okay, one moment.
Yes, I can share. Come on forth. We're going to come back to that chapter and that verse as we venture a little further.
Yeah, Rastafari. I see us. Yakmin Magana Giz and Negisty. And I is Black Messiah. Ras Lazarus Azariah Nazarah. Of I and I, our story. I and I mystery.
You have my story. So this is I and I's story. And I must overstand that as Rastafari, Ras meaning king, Tafari meaning head creator. It is not a regular European faith-based religion. Rastafari is bearing of the name I and I is returning of the crown unto I and I as kings and queens, the crown of divine truth, the God within the God, the divine essence that is I and I being. So I and I is the bride, and the bride must make herself ready. And when the bride is ready, she is prepared for the marriage ceremony. So I and I is the two becoming as one, the higher reality of divine nature becoming that which is on earth as it is in heaven, the seventh heaven. So I and I here are I and I brethren and sisters that overstand these facts and overstand the history that has bewildered the world, and the world has been lost from it. So I and I will begin with overstanding the cosmic evolution of I and I as cosmic beings. For I and I DNA, when we look at our DNA is hydrogen. Hydrogen, the strands of our DNA is hydrogen. Hydrogen is the same as that which is in the sky, the sun. So I and I is sun beings, cosmic beings. So when I and I go through the lessons of the seven bodies of mind, spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, and physical body, we understand that the higher nature is symbolic of the physical higher embodiment, which is the lower or the smallest particles, which take us to the neutron, the proton, and the electron. For the mind is the electron, that which elects, the elect, the chooser. For the electron is the determiner of the charge, a determiner of the frequency. That's why when we deal with the science which our ancestors left us to understand this cosmic reality as cosmic beings, we'll learn that the negative confessions is a symbolical meaning that guides us through life. Negative, if we are negative, without weight, light as a feather here on earth, not bound by material reality, then if we are light as a feather, then we attract positive energy. But if we are heavy, if we are a positive weight here, bound by material, then we attract negative energy. This is the science of the cosmic being that must be returned. So as I and I go through it, I and I call unto I and I brethren and sisters to overstand that I and I began as out of the Abyssinian, the abyss, the primordial substance, the primordial flame, as cosmic beings, etheric bodies, manifesting through polarities of magnetical fields, creating a physical reality, becoming a genetical particle, which is the intelligence of the creator, manifesting into a six-sided being, a top, a bottom, a right side, a left side, a front, and a back, which is I equality. Also the symbol of the cube, which is the box of Osiris. So the divine being manifested into the physical form symbolizing the feminine, the caduceus, the divine energy held within I and I, which is the feminine. That's why the goddess was always represented as the highest being. So as I and I entered into this plane as gods on earth, possessors of the caduceus energy, the serpentine energy, the kundalini energy, I and I were held as Asah and Aset, the gods on earth. Pyramids, Pyra meaning fire in the middle, the Shin, the Kundalini. We were holders of the cosmic force and balance. And at that point of time, the earth was one body, meaning this is when the land was called Pangea, or the land of Atlantis and Lemuria. So we're talking about a time, ancient time, not discovered or not detailed in European history. So many people ask, what happened to Pangea? Pangea was destroyed by what? We were supposed to keep balance. As we entered into this physical body, the cosmic body, the physical body, the challenge of sensualism and keeping the balance challenged us. Some say, how is this for the God? But we must understand this science.
So when I did not keep balance, it is the laws of nature, that which you create. See, you are a creator, so the universe must reflect. It must give you the reality of which you have chose. So it had to create a reality so that you would have balance. It has to create balance. So when I became sensual, the universe had to create this reality. How did the universe create this reality? Let I give you one lesson first before I say this. The reality of creating this universe is the same as understanding the 7 bodies of man. The 7 bodies of man. Genesis chapter 1 verse 26. 1 plus 2 plus 6 is 9. The born process, the birthing process. There is an eternal process. 360 degrees is born. 720 degrees is born. There is an eternal birthing process. Life is eternally birthing itself over and over and over. This is the infinite, the cosmic reality. So when we speak of Genesis chapter 1 verse 26, it says, let us being plural. Many have dealt with this as the Elohims, or the 7 angelical spirits, which is the 7 spirits sent forth into the earth, which is the 7 bodies of man: spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, and physical body. When we understand these 7 bodies, then we can understand the reality in which we have created. For failure to not understand from whence you came will deny you the ability to move on. So you will live in a repetitious, over and over destructive reality. So this is past the reality of race. Yes, I said it. So you must understand the fullness of the science. Then you are not blind by that which you have created. So when we deal with the 7 bodies, we understand that man has 4 lower bodies: an emotional body, an astral body, a life force, and a physical body. The physical body is structure, the life force, the breath, the blood. The astral body, your dream body. The emotional body. When you enter into a room and people don't like you, you feel their emotional body touch your emotional or your physical body. So you know there is an emotional body. But just as you feel it, because there is disbalance in the room, the universe feels this disbalance when mind is not in harmony with the creative balance of nature. When we get out of harmony, the universe senses the energy that is being manifested, and it must create this reality or find a way to create balance. So this means this creates paradigms. So for us to understand paradigms and the lasting of paradigms and the birthing of new paradigms, we must understand our own cosmic reality. So as we created this balance, as we entered into sensualism, leaving our etheric body, see, you have to understand the first elements. Man entered this plane as androgynous, first as an etheric being with neither gender. Then man became androgynous. Then there came gender. So this is a science that we must understand. Now, as I entered into this physical flesh more and more, and essentialism caused a disbalance in us, the universe reflected this. And in the end, because we would not keep balance as the first beings. Now you have to understand, even in the book by Helen Blavatsky, Secret Teachings of All Ages, Isis paid, Isis unveiled, and in many of the lessons you will learn that many people say there's the first race, second race, or the Kali Yugas, and dealing with the golden ages and the ages of the gods coming down into iron ages and stages of this reality. Then you will understand that at one point of time the cosmic being, light body beings, gave birth through cosmic thought. And then the next stage was birth through physical. See? So you have 2 different or several different types of race of man. Not race as in skin color, but race as in the operation of the spiritual being on this plane. So when we come to what we would say would be the fourth race, entering into a stage of physical disbalance and learning to deal with the sensualism, we entered into what was called the universe response with a meteorite shower. Now many scientists are now coming out to deal with this reality, that there is an age that is pre-dynastic, antediluvian, before the great floods, that must be overstood. That there was a time when I, the indigenous, the indie gene, the black gene, the original gene, the 144, the measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel. So the original beings were angelical God beings on this planet. When I say 144, that is the measurements. For we must understand that I as the temple, that there are measurements to this temple. And if you take from these measurements or add to these measurements, meaning if you are the book of life, the temple, the book of life, and if you add to these measurements or take from these measurements, you will create curses, or you will create that which you must deal with. So when we enter into this stage where we deal with, originally mind held the measurements, the third eye was open, operating kundalini chakra forces, operating in a cosmic reality. But as sensualism entered in, the original cosmic light body beings were warning those who had entered into the physical, the next generation, that they must maintain balance, but they would not maintain balance. This is the Ancient of Days, the Anaki, the Anuaki, the ancient gods, the mothership beings. See, the mothership beings, those who are out of the abyss, the primordial substance, telling those on this plane that they had given birth to or created that they must maintain their balance. But there were those that would not listen, and there were those that would listen. Remember, those that would not listen were not listening due to ignorance, but basically based on that they were gods, creative beings, but they did not understand that that which you create, you must deal with yourself. It is not so much that because I am God, I can do anything. It is if you are God and you are the creative force. Now, if you create something, you will have to show that you are the master of this. Or if this masters you, then you have fallen to a slave to your own self. See, this is the reality of where we are today. So as the meteorite shower came, see, this is the universe responding to disbalance on this plane, or disbalance on this dimension. The ones that would listen to the cosmic elders, the cosmic council, they were taken into what was called the underground cities of the earth, the underworlds, the Agatha, the Shambhala. And those that felt that they did not have to listen, or they could do what they want because they were gods, they stayed on top of the earth, outside of their inner being. And when the meteorite shower came, they were trapped in their own destruction. For when the meteorite shower hit, it was like atomic explosions all over the earth that set off volcanoes and caused volcanic ash. So you had atomic mushrooms and volcanic ash, and the meteorite debris causing electromagnetic fields that caused the dust cloud to hover over the earth for many ages. See, even Malachi York was giving you the lessons of this, but still trying to hold to certain biblical things. So now you have to understand, before this meteorite shower, if you go back to the Sanskrits and you deal with the ancient texts of the gods on earth, And you have to deal with the cyclics of the universe. So each one of these beings represented certain galactical forces at those point of times and dimensional times. So they would be given names that would perceive them to be beings from Pleiades and beings from this time and that time. But yet these so-called aliens are you, the indigene. So the ones that went into the underground earth with high divine intelligence and still operating pineal and pituitary as a third eye, operating in the highest consciousness, were educated and taught to maintain the measurements through things like aloe, chlorophyllic food. They were able to maintain dietary substance. Hydroponics is nothing new. Lights, acidic growth, melanated batteries to grow food and harvest food in the inner cities, solar bodies from the cores of the earth. But those that maintained on top of the earth, when the meteorite showers hit, many of them were destroyed. But because of their divine nature, they became lost beings on the astral plane, fiend spirits that needed a lower body to attach to, trapped in their own darkness until a certain time. Now the ones that were not destroyed by the meteorite showers or when the dust cloud blocked out the sun causing an ice age, they were hiding in caves within the earth. And they were living like animals, mutating and eating flesh. The lack of vegetation due to the sun being blocked out and the ice age coming in caused them to mutate genetically. So the measurements, the 144, was broken. The measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel. 144 cubics, which is the measurements of the wall. A stone was removed from the wall. And I saw an angel fall to earth. Remember, man has 7 bodies: spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, and physical body. But man, the original operation is in his spiritual body, his higher body, the mind, the soul, and the spirit. But he fell from that higher nature to just the earthly being, the light body being. Fell to earth, deceived by his own physical nature. The physical nature is the feminine. The Kundalini force, the sensualism force, is the serpent. So the serpent deceived the physical body, causing disbalance that caused a meteorite shower that then caused an ice age and then caused a group of the indigenes to mutate by living like savages on all fours and animals, bloodsuckers, becoming like werewolves and vampires, amalgamating with animals and dogs, becoming a lower gene. So I had created a lower gene on earth. Our lower gene had been created. This is the Yaqub story. For Jacob came face to face with God in the valley of Peniel. So the pineal gland is the operation of the higher being. But if the higher being falls to the physical, then he creates a lower being, which then this lower being, originally being a black seed or an indigenous Abyssinian, a person of the abyss of the cosmic waters, then falls to being that which was birthed out of the illusion of self. So it is a non-existent being because this is not the reality of this being. They were birthed out of the illusion of sensualism. So this is your whole story of how we go from one race of people to another race. For the mutant then becomes what we later on call the caveman. And as it becomes known as the caveman, then we come to the division of time in the stories. For we must know the stories in their self. So if we know the stories in their self, then we know. How could the European
tell us that we come from the caveman? And when they did their testing, and I'll show you so you know I'm not just Lazarus saying this because I want to lead you to this next stage. I want you to understand this. When they did their testing, you see, the caveman, the modern man, shares genes. So the caveman and the modern man. So they're talking about a Neanderthal. Their findings report in today's edition of the journal Science shows a relationship between Neanderthal and modern people outside Africa. That suggests that interbreeding occurred in the Middle East, where both modern humans and Neanderthals lived thousands of years ago. He said, people are interested in the question, by what route did I get here? And the idea that there is a faint echo of Neanderthals is interesting, reflected. So Richard Potts, of the director of the Human Origins Program, Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History, I'm really impressed by the nuance they've been able to pick up, said Potts, who was not part of the research group. The papers are really good and an antidote to all or nothing findings of previous studies. Humans trace their origins out of Africa into the Middle East and then on to other parts of the world. The genetic relationship with the Neanderthal was found in people from Europe, China, Papua New Guinea, but not people from Africa. But not people from Africa. But Africa is the oldest DNA. But this DNA comes before the caveman, not after the caveman. This DNA comes before the Neanderthal. So the Neanderthal has some African in it, but the African don't have Neanderthal. So when I hear people argue that they are from somewhere and they're indigenous and they don't have ties to Africa, well, then you Neanderthal. You come from the caveman. You come out of the darkness. You don't come out of the light. See, the people who are birthed out of the light, that's the etheric body people. Those the God bodies. Those the Elohims. That's the Anunnaki. Those the God bodies on earth. That's the descendants that they recognize. That's why when the Etruscans, the Greeks, and all of them, they recognize Ethiopians as the gods on earth. The people who come out of light, not out of darkness. So then later, the terminology is the sons of light and the sons of darkness are going to battle. But you know, in time, we began to forget what is the sons of darkness and the sons of light. We were so perceptions to make us, what could you say, abandon who we were. So we're going to start with this story here right quick. Then we're going to go to our Ethiopian position. It's not going to read much of this, but I just wanted you to get an idea. So you see this beautiful black goddess, the black Jewish queen of Sheba you probably didn't learn about in Hebrew school. It's time to revisit the legacy of black Jewish queen who got her way with King Solomon. Got her way. See how they say it? Adored with ornaments of seduction, Lilith, the half woman, half demoness of night, lurks under doorways waiting to seduce men. A salacious figure in Jewish folklore, her story as Adam's first wife before Eve, banished to a life as a baby-snatching demon for refusing to have missionary sex, with conveniently left out of my Jewish day school education. If she were the only biblical Jewish omitted from my Bible lessons day and new, but then I discovered my curriculum completely glossed over Asherah, a Canaanite fertility goddess, by a living tree. And now I'm reckoning with the rotten cherry on top of my astronormative upbringing, failure to teach me about Queen of Sheba, the black Jewish queen of the East. So she says Jewish. And she's explaining why this is troubling to her. A figure first mentioned in the book of Kings, there are many, many various stories there about just who the Queen of Sheba was and the role she played in ancient Judaism, retold with slight variations in chronicles, supplemental lores, the Targum or Shini, the second elaborations of the book of Esther, the legends of Jews, fascinated compilations of Agdad, the Jewish scripture that doesn't deal with laws, the alphabet of Ben Sira, an anonymous medieval text, and antiquities of Jewish, a historical account of Israelites written by the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus. And there's a lot of information out there about the elusive Queen of Sheba. While the Islamic and Christian Ethiopian texts tack on new stories to retell Sheba's tale, how the Jewish one mixed with the Lord's goes. Drunk on wine, King Solomon, the super rich, wise king who succeeded his father, King David, who pissed with the Hopi bird, arrived fashionably late to his impromptu party. Covering his ass, the animal claimed he was searching for the kingdom outside of Solomon's rule and found one in the city of Ketor, controlled by a sun-worshipping woman, aka Queen of Sheba, sun-worshipping. Abundant in silver and gold, the queendom in the east, historians now consider this to be possibly Ethiopia or Egypt, and was quenched with the water flowed from the Garden of Eden. And none of its citizens crowned with garland wreaths from paradise know how to fight. Solomon invites this Queen of Sheba to Jerusalem for a play date, warning that if she doesn't come, he'd order demons to throttle you in the bed at night. Having heard of Solomon's God-given gifts, wisdoms, and discernment in great measures, with the understanding as vast as the sands on the seashore, the Black Queen agreed, but not because of his threat, but because she wanted to see for herself if the rumors were true. So Sheba strolled in town with every ship in the sea, mounds of gold, 6,000 men and women of the exact same height born at the same time. What? To test the rumor that Sheba had devilish goat legs, Solomon welcomes her in a house of mirrors to trick her into revealing the truth, which she does. While her legs are human, they are just as hairy as the Jewish kings. Thy beauty is the beauty of a woman, but thy hair is masculine. Hair is an ornament to a man, but it disfigures a woman. The legends of Jewish record Solomon, who apparently has, what she says, manners, saying, without batting an eye, Sheba asked Solomon a series of riddles. Now, in the Ethiopian story, and in the Arabic stories, Solomon has to do a special workings to build and get ready for Sheba. And so we're going to make the point of understanding this story. in that Solomon is building the temple and he's building the palace, the house of God. And in the process, it's supposed to be built with neither hammer nor saw. So Solomon takes a black pot, you know how the Yoruba, our African traditions, he takes a black iron pot and he places it on top of a baby bird. And the pot is so heavy, the mother bird, she hears her baby crying, but she can't lift the pot. So the mother bird flies to paradise. The mother bird flies to paradise. The mother bird flies to paradise. The mother bird flies to paradise and gets a branch from the tree of life and brings it back and drops it on the pot, and the pot cracks open and frees her baby bird. And she didn't just drop it, instead she just let it tap the pot and the pot cracked open. And the baby bird was free. And Solomon took this wood and he created a tool called the shittim, the shim. And he used it to hew the stones for the temple. So they were done with neither hammer nor saw. And this sacred wood became the wood of the threshold. So when you walk into the palace, into the temple, your foot will touch the sacred wood. And so what he did was put water over this to make Sheba lift up her dress. And when her foot touched the sacred wood, her foot was changed from a goat's foot. So this is how the Ethiopic story varies from what the Jewish version is doing. So now, because of this, the story says she praises the living God of Solomon. And in the end, she takes 30 pieces of silver and she places on this wood. The same 30 pieces of silver is what Judas asked the priest to give him. And this same piece of wood was used to build the cross in which the Yeshua, Jesus, was placed on. So when Yeshua was hung on the cross, he was hung on the tree of life. Therefore, he didn't die. What does that mean? He was the same wood, right? Because remember they say this is the wood of the tree of paradise, which God told Eve not to eat from, and she ate from this tree, right? So the same wood that caused man to fall be the same wood that would save them. The same wood that caused man to fall would be the same wood that would save them. So there's a tree that's from the beginning. It's part of what caused man to fall. But this tree will also be part of what will be, yes, man will be crucified on it. But it will be that which will be the revival of life. Now, let's just go a little more further. And I was going to try to see if I could remember if I had it open, but I don't think I have it open. So let's just go this way. So we start again with the Ethiopian Kings list. I want you to remember certain components in the video as well that we just watched. And we get to a component where there is this doubtless, here it goes, a list of Amorite kings of the tribe of Aram, son of Shem, who ruled Cush before the arrival of the Hamites and of the line of Cush. And that is before the dispersion from the Sinai towers. And the Hamites treated them as Nephilims or giants, that is, the demon-filled opponents who were to be outs from the land. And the giant Adites of the Arabic legends, drawing on earlier Coptic sources, were believed to be offsprings of Aram and treated as consecutive and traced back over 1,200 years to a period before the flood. For the flood. So we're talking about before a flood, the Great Flood. So this is post-Diluvian world. And so you have a period here to where you have two groups of people of one group, and one group goes against another group for a certain reason. And he's saying, hold up, something going on. What's going on? So one group is the sons of God saw the daughters of men. And from them, they created the giants or the Nephilims, the fallen ones. There's a period where it shows that one group dealt with the fallen ones. Where did the fallen ones come from? Well, we just looked at it. And this group that dealt with the fallen ones, they were ousted out of the land. And in our stories, many of them, because they're pre-Diluvian, right? You have to remember this is pre-flood, pre-Diluvian. They're considered the ancient ones, the Anaki, the Elohims, the gods, but they're also considered the Nagas, the serpent kings. But when you study Ethiopian and you look at the Kebra Nagas, it's Cobra Nagas. It's still serpent kings. Still serpent kings, the Nagas, the Negus, the Nagas, the Nagas. So in the Ethiopian kings list, there is a battle between the two parties. And when we look at this, many times we are not really looking at, okay, what's going on? So what's the point here? And I'll make it real simple with this. I'm going to go right back here. Right? Go right back here. Because I want it to be clear. I want to make it simple. But I want you to get the point, because I want you to see when we're reading stuff, everything means something. So humans trace their origins out of Africa into the Middle East and then on into other parts of the world. The genetic relationship with the Neanderthal was found in people in Europe, China, and Papua New Guinea, but not people from Africa. Now, here we go up here. The suggestion is that interbreeding occurred in the Middle East, where both modern humans and Neanderthals lived thousands of years. So there's a component where there is no interbreeding. There's a component where certain people and these fallen ones did interbreed. There's a component where then the royal lineage said, now you have to be out from the land. You can't be throne holders because who's going to be your seed for them? Who's going to hold it? All right. Now you've got two realities here, right? You have the battle of Enkidu and Enlil in the Unalish and the Gilgamesh, where Enlil and Enkidu find the fallen ones. And their battle with each other was one wants to give them access to the tree of life, and the other says, no, don't, don't do it. Bet not, we can't do it. They're going to bring what? Death and bloodshed. So they tell you that the sons of gods went to God and spoke to God to tell him, why allow these people, why create these beings so one would not submit. And they say when the sons of God went before the Lord, there was Satan standing there with them. So you say, well, if they the sons of God and they going before the Lord, why are they going to let Satan come? They see who he is. If you think that you're thinking in common sense thing. So what is this story saying here? So now you have two components in the reality going on. But you've got the Mesopotamia, the Middle East, Mesopotamia areas. And then you have the Kushite, Nubia areas. But the Mesopotamia area is a Kushite area. It's still an Ethiopian area. It's still part of the bloodline. But here in the Ethiopians' kings list, they're saying somebody did something that made them become what they would classify as like the Nephilims, the fallen ones. And so they were ousted out of the land. So there's something going on. And so now the story could get very confusing because if on both of these sides there are family members, but then in the middle there's these fallen ones that are coming in, right? Now the reality of what we're defining going on. So let's do a step back. So let's give clarity on facts. Let's make sure we can do that. For one, we talked about when the meteorite shower hit, that there was dust cloud. And when the dust clouds and the sulfuric kicks up from volcanoes and stuff, what happens? So here's a scientific report. In 1831, the sun turned blue and the world froze for months. Nearly 200 years later, scientists finally found out why. Okay. In 1831, the sun turned an eerie shade of blue. Crops failed. Temperatures plunged across continents. For nearly 200 years, scientists were baffled by this bizarre climate abnormally until a team uncovered a powerful but unforgotten eruption hidden deep in Russia's volcanic frontier. A long-standing climate mystery dating back nearly 2 centuries may have finally been solved as scientists identify a little-known volcanic eruption in Russia, Kuril Islands, as likely cause of the sudden cooling and atmospheric oddities recorded in 1831, including the sun appearing blue across parts of the northern hemisphere. The findings published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of the Sun point to a Tsar one eruption from Zakarsky Caldera in the Simshur Island, a remote volcanic island northeast of Japan. The event appears to have injected vast amounts of sulfur into the atmosphere, creating a global veil of sulfur aerosols that reflected sunlight and caused a significant climate disruption. So, meteorite shower hits, volcanoes erupt, you've got atomic dust clouds going up. Now you go through an ice age. Now you go through an ice age. Now, the disbalance that causes this, because we operated on a certain type of different mindset, and I'm saying science minds. because we were scientists. People were prepared for a certain thing, and the notice and telling was given, but everybody does not heed the warning. So this frequency that we disturbed in nature causes a natural destruction that then causes a group of us to get trapped in certain conditions. But we are shapeshifters naturally. We are a vehicle of highest intelligence that reproduces life over and over again. So any condition that we fall in, it will birth us in a balance to survive in the condition. That's the programming. So the mutation can be said as, oh, that's a negative terminology. No, the beings followed the program necessary to control and preserve a genetical structure. An adaptation. If you walk barefoot, your foot will eventually adapt. It will mutate, and the skin on the bottom of your foot will become hard to adapt to the life that you now are living. You're not wearing shoes no more. Computer program activated. Skin starts to adapt and change. You're a shapeshifter. See, because we're talking science, not a belief. Well, just as we're making sure that these points are made, we'll go one step back again to make sure if, Laz, you said we shapeshifters. Well, let's do something here. This article is called DNA is Not Destiny. The new science of epigenetics rewrites the rules of disease, hereditary, and identity. What do they mean, identity? How would they say identity? But DNA is not destiny. Well, I was born with this, boy. This is my family. So, shoot, boy, this was, oh, man, yeah. What's the history of your family? Do you have a history of cancer? This, oh, yeah, we got a history of that, boy. Yeah, that's in our DNA. But your DNA is not destiny. What does that mean? I'm gonna read the first part, but I'm asking somebody to help me out. And I'm gonna come fast. We're gonna try to move fast through it because I'm trying to get to a certain point. Um, Back in 2000, Randy Gertel, a professor of radiation oncology at Duke University, and his postdoctoral student Robert Waterland designed a groundbreaking genetic experiment that was simplicity itself. Simplicity. Why was it simplicity? Because sometimes when something's simplicity, they call it primitive. It's not high technology. But it was simplicity. And our people in ancient days, we had a simplicity. But that simplicity was very high technology. So it was simplicity itself. They started with pairs of fat yellow mice known to scientists as a gouty mice, so-called because they carry a particular gene. Do they? So they know they're gouty because this gene they carry. The agouti gene that, in addition to making the rodents ravenous and yellow and renders them prone to cancer and diabetes, the Gertrude Waterland set about to see if they could change the unfortunate genetic legacy of these little creatures. Typically, when agouti mice breed, most of the offspring are identical to the parents, just as yellow, fat, and pecunious, and susceptible to life-shortening diseases. The parent mice in Gertrude and Waterland's experience, however, produced a majority of offspring that looked altogether different. These young mice were slender and mousy brown. Moreover, they did not display their parents' susceptibility to cancer and diabetes and lived to a spry old age. The effects of the agouti gene had been virtually erased. Remarkably, the research affects that transformation without altering a single letter of the mouse's DNA. So all of this vaccination that they're doing to the RNA DNA, these people showed that they didn't have to do that. They didn't alter a letter in the DNA because you're the book of life. Who programmed you? You think somebody could program your computer better than the divine intelligence that program everything in nature to correspond and operate in harmony together? Once a human mind goes to twerkling in there, do you think they have considered every particle in creation to operate in harmony with you? No. Remarkably, the researchers effects this transformation without altering a single letter of the mouse's DNA. Their approach instead was radically straightforward. They changed the mom's diet. What? They did what? They changed the mom's diet. Starting just before conception, Jerdal and Waterland fed a test group of mother mice a diet rich in menthol donors, small chemical clusters that can attach to a gene and turn it off. These moleculars are common in the environment and are found in many foods, including onions, garlic, beets, and in food supplements often given to pregnant women. After being consumed by the mothers, the mental donors work their way into the developing embryo chromosomes onto the critical agouti gene. The mothers passed along the agouti gene to their children intact, but thanks to the methylate-rich pregnant diet, they had added to the gene a chemical switch that deemed the gene deleterious effect. It was a little eerie and a little scary to see how something as subtle as nutritional change in the pregnant mother rat could have such a dramatic impact on the gene expression of the baby. Jerdal says the results showed how important epigenetic changes could be. Our DNA specifically, the 25,000 genes identified by the Human Genome Project, is now widely regarded as an instruction book for the human body. But genes themselves need instructions for what to do and where and when to do it. A human liver cell contains the same DNA as a brain cell, yet somehow it knows to code only those proteins needed for the functioning of the liver. So is there a liver there or a brain there? Those instructions are found not in the letters of the DNA itself, but on it in an array of chemical markers and switches known collectively as epigenomes. So epigenomes are called zeros and ones, on and off switches. That the that lie along the length of double helix. These epigenetic switches and markers in turn help switch on or off the expression of particular genes. Think of the epigenomes as a complex software code capable of including the DNA hardware to manufacture. I think you got to go down here to manufacture an impressive variety of protein, cell types, and individuals. In recent years, epigenetic researchers have made great strides in understanding that many molecular sequences and patterns that determine which genes can be turned on and off. Their work has made it increasingly clear that for all of the popular attention devoted to genome sequencing projects, the epigenome is just as critical as DNA to the healthy development of organisms, humans included. Jerdal and Waterland experiment was a benchmark demonstration that epigenomes is sensitive to cues from the environment. More and more research is finding that an extra bit of a vitamin, a brief exposure to a toxin, or even an added dose of loving, can tweak the epigenome and thereby alter the software of our genes in ways that affect the individual's body and brain for life. DNA is not your destiny because just as they did this with the baby and the mother, they've realized now that every day you do this. So you're programming yourself. So then that means if you say, oh yeah, well, cancer running my family, well, this run my family, but all let's get that. Are you all repeating a programming for death? So we say, oh yeah, they got to change the way they eat. But what else? Because we're talking epigenetics, ons and offs. So you're literally turning these switches off in the babies and you're prepping them for disease, for death, for mental health problems, all kind of things. So now what scientists find is, oh, so if we originally had a measurement of nature and something like a meteorite shower hit the earth and the sun became blocked out and you didn't get to eat right and eventually started eating each other and eating animals and you might not have ate that way before, you're going to genetically mutate your being. So you know how they try to say is, well, white people come from when they was in the cave and it was cold, so that's when they just no. Yeah, that's a component of it. But what started the first component of their mutation? Now, in understanding that, now the first Neanderthals that we would come into contact with would still bear a genetic imprint. And they would be black. Now, a second group of Neanderthals come out at a different point in time. And they're at another level in the stage of mutation and savagery. And so this is where the story has multiple veins here now. You've got etheric people, androgynous people, gender people, people who caused the meteorite shower, people who went into the underground cities of the earth, who lived through that process, came out with intact measurement, operation, so forth. Others who did not make it to those ended up suffering in caves and other places and in the ice and the freeze, and they ended up turning on savage ways. And through those ways and the things that they adapted to, they went through mutation. Now, first stages, some of them came out of those stages. Some of them were still trapped in the underground caves. First groups or waves of them came out. They tried to readapt in certain levels, but they still were savagery. Now, one group believes in them, other group doesn't believe in them. So there's a division amongst our people. So this is an ancient story. Now, let's go to the next stage just to make sure that we stay on point. Trying to stay on a time schedule for you. But got to take you to this next level. Oh, well, before I go there, hold up. I'm sorry. I have to go back here just to give you an idea of something.
On the foothills of Mount Kilimanjaro, on the foothills of Mount Kilimanjaro, this is the story, a story you find throughout Africa. There was once a time when the blue sky was invisible, when the whole world was covered with mist, when you could not see the sun as it is now. You only saw it as a splash of white light moving slowly across the sky. At that time, there was an eternal drizzle every day of the year. At that time, people could not see the stars. People only saw the trees growing, trees which were very, very big. There was no desert at that time, only jungle everywhere where you went. At that time, say, people were what we call in Zulu, ngubili. A human being was both male and female in one body. And out of the sky, one day came terrible objects. They were like gigantic bows made of huge gleaming gold. They were shaped like bows without strings, and they were bigger than the biggest mountains. They came out of the sky bringing great noise, black smoke, and fire with them. And out of those huge objects came them. At that time, sir, human beings could not speak. We had no gift of language at that time. And people had, however, great mental power. A man would go into the bush and, using the power of his mind, actually call out an animal which he wanted to hunt and kill for his children. And the animal would appear and kneel down before the man, and the man would kill the animal and take it home. But when the Chitawuli arrived in Africa, they told our people that they were gods and that they were going to give us human beings great gifts on one condition. We had to worship them and accept them as our creators. Some told our people that they were our elder brothers and that this earth had produced them generations ago. And they said they had come back to the green womb of their mother, and that they were going to make us into gods. What they did, they created a very strange pair of caves in the land. They dug 2 caves. In one cave was a green light, in another cave was a red light. And they drove human beings into these caves. And each human being had to choose which cave the human being wanted to go into. And those who went into the green cave came out as women. And those who went into the red cave came out as men. And then the talkers, the Chitauri, told our people that now they were perfect. But the moment the first men saw the first women, a terrible row erupted. The women hated the men because they looked between their legs and they saw what they thought were snakes dangling between the legs of the men. And the men hated the women because they looked on their chests and they saw these big things. What they were, they did not know. And then the Chitauri laughed. It was to them a very, very big joke. And then the Chitauri said, if you serve us, you wretched little human beings, we are going to make you into gods. And the human beings agreed to serve the Chitauri. And the Chitauri gave human beings a second gift, the gift of language. People started talking with their tongues where they had talked with their minds before. And there was a big rubbish starting again, because this man did not know the language of that man. And when this man greeted that man, this man thought that he was being insulted, and so a lot of murder and culpable homicide started taking place all over the world. When our people were given language, they found to their horror that they had lost much of their mental powers. They had paid a terrible price. But the Chitauri were now the masters of human beings. They made them, the human beings, to go into holes in the ground and to mine metal, gold, copper, tin, all kinds of metal. The Chitauri forced our people to mine. And the people were very unhappy because they couldn't cope with the new sexual differences which were there now between men and women. And then from amongst the Chitauri came a very good female Chitauri. Her name was Mai Nzarantwari Samahongo. Mai Nzarantwari Samahongo was the senior wife of the terrible chief of the Chitauri, Umbaba Gorontwari Samahongo. She was sorry for human beings, this great reptile lady. She said to the poor people, "Ow, you are unhappy." And the people said, "Yes, great one. We go into the holes every day, we dig the stones and we bring it to the gods, but we are not happy." And Mai Nzarantwari scratched her scaly chin and began to think and to think. She was terribly ugly. Her eyes were awful, like lights in the darkness. But she had mercy in her heart, and she taught the men and the women how to make love. And she said, look, we divided you into males and females. Now this action is going to bring you together. Ah, but it did not, because anyone who receives a gift from the Ntwari, the children of the python, is always in trouble. What happened was that when one guy slept with his wife, he didn't find her much, so he went to steal another guy's wife, and there was a big remorse, as we say in Afrikaans, starting. So men started stealing each other's wives and each other's girlfriends, and women started stealing each other's husbands, and there was a big nonsense in the land. And King Umbaba, the terrible lord of the Ntwari, the reptile people, said, look what you've done, you stupid old woman. Now these people, they are making such a noise. Listen to all that screaming in the bush. They are busy making love there, and our gold is not being dug, and you are responsible for this. And Ntwari thought and thought and thought and thought, and then she got a plan, and she said, I will make them stop. When they make love to each other, the female is going to get pregnant. And when she is pregnant, the male is going to leave her alone. And that noise in the bush will not be so disturbing to you, my lord. And Umbaba said, you had better. There is no production here. And so all the women in the world was pregnant, and Umbaba was furious with his wife. And so it went on and on until one day Ntwari activated a black hero called Mweru. And Mweru challenged the great chief of the serpent people to a fight. And he cut off the royal penis of the king of the snake people. And that caused a big war. Mweru ran away. But Umbaba, the terrible chief of the people, caught him and arrested him and brought him to his village. And there, the great chief Korontwari Umbaba said, look, you cut off my thing, and I have replaced it with one made of gold, and I can't make love to my wife anymore. You think too much, you wretched little human being. Now, Umbaba.
Okay, so the Serpent King is killed. But this is in a time of what we would call the gods, right? And I'm gonna bring you into something, and then we're gonna also go into something that the chair shared with us, and we're gonna do some linguistics in this. Y'all gonna kind of help, but there's a history there, and the history is cloaked in many forms because it's dimensional, and we'll get into that again. But I'm trying to lead you into something to see something in time, in this space. So the point was, there was a part of the ancient Nagas ruling and was ruling evilly. And this is, all right, let me do this first. So, and this is before, see what they call it? The dispersion from Shinar Tower. Now, I don't know. I sometimes because I read and I assume a lot of people know So, but what I'm going to do is pull up Sinai Tower so that you can see what this is. So we can kind of get an understanding of what we're saying here. And why would this go with this other story that we just heard this elder speak? Because this elder spoke of a time before when, but no, not before. The elder spoke of a time when people spoke one language and it wasn't with words, really. So you're talking about before the Tower of Babel. So what happened at the Tower of Babel? The Tower of Babel was built in the plain of Shinar, a region of ancient Mesopotamia, believed to be located in the modern day Iraq. The story found in the book of Genesis says that humanity built the tower to reach the heavens and make a name for themselves. As a result, God confused their language, scattered them across the earth, and caused the project to be abandoned. Shinar is associated with the city of Babylon and is the large ziggurats, the pyramidal temples, the step temple pyramids that may have been inspired the legend. But in the plain of Shinar is considered to be in the south of Mesopotamia. Um, the story, according to the biblical narrative, a united humanity settled in Shinar and decided to build a city and a tower to the heavens. God intervened by confusing their single language, leading to the scattering of the people and the abandoning of their construction project. So now we're saying, oh man, according to the Bible, the people were trying to build a tower up to the heavens. And they all spoke one language. And God said, oh no, y'all ain't supposed to be doing that. Y'all got to go. I'm gonna break this down and get rid of it. But now when we look at it right here in the Ethiopian's Kings list, it marks a certain period. So you've got the time of Aram. And so you go through all of these dynasties. And one of the names here is a name most of you are aware of, Nimrod. So, you know, they say Nimrod left and went up into the Mesopotamia, Akkad area. But they say Osir, traveled from Ethiopia to Egypt to India to the Mesopotamia area as well. All right. So you have the sovereign tribes of Aram, and then you have them being treated like the Nephilims and being pushed out. And they say this is before the dispersion. So now we get to Cam, the sovereignty of the tribe of Cam. It's after the fall of the Sinai Tower. So another group comes in power, right? And so a whole nother aspect of the story starts. I'm just going to stop right there first. And the key to that is also here in the Ethiopian story or folk tale. Angabel or Angabos was a legendary king of Ethiopia who killed the evil serpent king. Serpent king. Same thing he was just saying. And he said the king is evil. So there's a period where one of the Nagas was operating in a lowly way. So we're going to look at Ari just to track him. Ari is also known as Wanabi in Ethiopian mythology as a serpent king who rules for 400 years before being destroyed by the founder of the Solomonic dynasty. So they put it as Solomonic dynasty. His story comes in a number of versions, all of which have him as a tyrannical ruler who demands sacrifice. The myth is part of a wider tradition of a serpent or a dragon kings, such as the Babylonian dragon. So they're tracking it to a blood lineage, and they're saying they're this and that. But the empire is a certain way at this time. And so a group gets run out of the empire. and they're supposed to be operating in an evil way. And this serpent king is killed, and then another king or another dynastical period takes its place. So we go back one. And so he killed the evil serpent king Ari and was either the father or the husband of Queen Sheba, known as Makeda to the Ethiopians. He was sometimes called Zabesi and Gable. Now, so what happens is the traditions that they can't really see is that the tradition is older than how they try to put it with the biblical characters. Why? Why would they take an old tradition and still put it with the biblical characters? Where does that, what are they doing? And when do biblical people or Christian people talk about dragons and things of these nature? Just kind of give you another element of where the Europeans start coming in at with stories and fables. And we'll take it to the next level there. And Gable is commonly credited with killing an evil serpent called Arwi Wanabi. Arwi ruled Ethiopia in ancient times for 400 years, during which time Ethiopians had to sacrifice their virgin daughters and cattle to satisfy his hunger. In one version of the Arwi myth, a stranger arrives in Ethiopia, sees a woman crying because has to give her daughter as a sacrifice to Arwi, which results in the stranger offering to kill the serpent. He offers Arwi a lamb and juice made from poisonous euphorbia tree, which causes Ari's death. As a reward for defeating the serpent, the people offer Ignabi the chance to become their ruler, which he accepts. In another version of the myth, Wanabi, the serpent ruler, traveled north from Tamban to Axum when he is attacked and killed by Angabal with fire. And Gable had promised the Axumites he would kill the serpent in exchange for the throne and use various forms of magic on the road that Wanabo was traveling on, including putting an iron instrument under the road. According to the legend, Wanabi was buried in Wayno, where his grave is still located. And Gable was of non-royal origin, according to Al-Qua Table Gabri Mariam. And Gable was the son of a man named Adahana. And Gable's relation to Makeda, the biblical queen of Sheba, varying according to the tradition. In one version, she was the daughter of King Sabe Do and was married to Angable after he rescued her before she could be sacrificed to Arwi. In another tradition, he was instead the father of Makeda, who ascends to the throne, who she ascends to the throne after him. And Gable was sometimes considered the founder of a new dynasty, with Makeda as one of his descendants. According to this tradition, he was succeeded by a king named Zagdur or Gedur. After this king was succeeded by King Sabedo, then King Kanwanasi, who was the father of Makeda. In the 1922 regal list of Ethiopia, numbers Angable as the 74th ruler of Ethiopia and places him as part of the Semitic Agzan dynasty, succeeding King Senuko II and preceding King Miamur, and the monarch named Zagdur or Zagdo or Tawaski and Makeda also are part of this dynasty, but not as immediate successors from Angable. The same list also named a second king named Angable, who reigned 132 years after Angable the First. The French historian Albert Camus theorized the name Angable was the name of a tribe or a dynasty instead of only one person. Now, so we are talking about history being handed down. And when we talk about the priesthoods of the Dogon or the priesthoods of, or we talk about the priesthoods of the Ifa, the Akan, any of them, we learn that all of them tell of a story of fleeing from the land. The Akan freed from Egypt and Canaan. The Yoruba fled from Egypt. The Dogon fled from Egypt. So priesthoods, remember, priesthoods initiated at certain degrees fled. They killed most of the master priests, the shaman, and most of the families of those lineages fled to the west. And they tell the stories of arriving and then trying to keep up the traditions and the ways. So all of them had little components, but it all came out of a certain truth that was already magnificently there. So when we talking about time, where are we at in time? What's going on? And everyone keeps saying we're in the midst of a holy war. A holy war. And in our tradition, in a time of the holy war, they wear the blue. Now, Ethiopia has a blue star in the middle of the flag now. And some find that troubling. But this blue, it's not regular. You know, this blue, and let's go into it. The kepresh was an ancient Egyptian royal headdress and is also known as the blue crown or war crown. The New Kingdom pharaohs are often depicted wearing it in battle, but it was also frequently worn in ceremonies. While it was once called the war crown by many modern historians, refrain from characterizing this. Then they go on, let's just say in history, they show you the pharaoh with the blue crown on. Then they go into the new kingdoms. Hold on. I thought I would get all of them. So then they show you these kings, these pharaohs or emperors who all wore the Kapresh. And one thing about it, it goes from Akhmosis the first to Amenhotep, Hasaphet. This is all 18th dynasty. Now, watch what they say. All of the Ramses, the Setis, and this is important, Ramses the second. This is the term King's List components here, but this goes to the Armana. Oh, it's at the top, I'm sorry. I thought I read it here. All right. After the New Kingdom, the crown was not seen depicted in the Kushite dynasty. All of the 18th dynasty is Kushite. Even though they're depicting it as the 26th and stuff dynasty coming later on in certain elements, but the Kushite dynasties is the 18th dynasty. And so they show you the 18th dynasty here riding strong with it, starting with Akhmosis the first. But it's the blue. And that's going to take us into the next stage of our topic. to get even a clearer thing. So right now you hear everybody talking about this atlas traveling around the sun, and it's was detected to have turned blue. So now they say it got near the sun and it's turning blue, and it's like a comet. So let's just look at some of the things for blue flame, blue fire. In the mystical realms of spiritual symbolism, few phenomena capture our imagination quite like the ethereal blue flame. This sacred manifestation has intrigued seekers, mystics, and spiritual practitioners across cultures centrally. The blue flame holds deep spiritual significance as a mystical symbol across various cultures. Today, we will dive deep into the profound spiritual significance of the blue flame and exploring their meanings through various cultures, lens, and personal experiences. Understanding a single blue flame encounters. When you witness a blue flame, you're experiencing more than just an interesting physical phenomenon. Ancient wisdom tradition tells us these azures manifestations serve as bridges between the physical and spiritual realm. The spiritual blue flame often appears during pivotal moments of spiritual awakening or transformation. So then they go to one flame, two flames, but I'm just going to go a little further than that. Biblical references. In biblical tradition, the blue flame holds profound significance. The burning bush that spoke to Moses wasn't just any fire. Many scholars believe it manifested as a blue flame, representing divine presence and purification. Christianity associates blue flame with Holy Spirit, the presence of divine wisdom. Spiritual animal associations connected with between blue flame, spiritual animals run deep. The shamanic traditions, the phoenix, perhaps the most famous fire associated with the spirit animal, is often depicted with blue flames, symbolizing resurrection and the eternal renewal. Native American perspectives. Traditions hold sacred wisdom about blue flames, viewing them as direct manifestations of great spirits. These ancient teachings emphasize the role of blue fire in purification ceremonies and vision quests. Medicine men and women have long recognized blue flames as powerful omens of spiritual awakening and divine intervention. So Blue Flame, Spiritual Commission, Communication, Vision Quest, Navajo Protection Ceremony, Apache War Blessings, the Hopi Prophecy, Pueblo Agricultural Blessings, Cheyenne Medicine Ways, Blackfoot Dreams. But let's go somewhere else because it says the Hopi. And in the Hopi, they have what is called the Blue Kachina. I'm gonna ask somebody to read right here for me. Somebody come in and do a little reading for me. This section here is going to give you kind of a little spunk if you never read it before. You'll catch on while we're reading it as well. Somebody talk black to me. Somebody come on in. Somebody read for me.
I got you. In Frank Waters' writing on Hopi mythology, the blue star Kachina or Saquashua is a Kachina or spirit that will signify the coming of the beginning of the new world. by appearing in the form of a blue star. The blue star Kachina is said to be the ninth and the final sign before the day of purification, described as an apocalypse or a world engulfing cataclysm that would lead to the destruction of the world. Arthur Johnson Colovito investigated this prophecy and found no reference to it before the late 20th century.
There you go. There you go.
Yes, sir. The final sign. The ninth and final sign of destruction is described by white feather via waters. As you will hear of a dwelling place in the heavens above the earth that shall fall a great crash, with a great crash. It will appear as a blue star. Very soon after this, ceremonies of my people will cease. This idea of the blue star Kachina making the end of all Hopi rituals is reflected in Waters' book, Book of the Hopi, in which he states, the end of all Hopi ceremonialism will come when a Kachina removes his mask during a dance in the plaza before uninitiated children. The absence of Hopi ceremonialism will coincide with the destruction of the Fourth World. Waters suggested that World War III will begin and the United States will be ripped apart by war, leaving only the Hopis and their homeland intact. The war of the end of the world is described by Waters as a spiritual conflict with material matters. According to Hopi prophecy, as reported by Waters, shortly after the blue star Kachina is visible to all and the day of purification is realized, the true white brother will come to earth in search of Hopi, who steadfastly adhere to the ancient teachings. It is said that if the true white brother fails in his mission and is unable to find uncorrupted men and women, that the earth will be completely destroyed and none will be spared. However, if successful in bringing the symbols and finding those who still follow the true Hopi way of life, the world will be created anew, and all the faithful will be saved from destruction.
Now, I'm going to go back up one. And I want you to read the worlds, because you just read about the fourth world. And I want you to get a little hit on this worlds now, because we're about to go in another direction. If you could hit that one time, right?
All right. According to Hopi legend, as reported by writer Frank Waters, at the beginning of time, Teua, the creator, created his nephew, Sutokang, to construct places for life. Out of the nothingness, Sutokang created 9 universes or worlds, one for Teua, one for himself, and 7 others for additional life. The first 3 of these worlds, Tokpela, Tokpa, Koskorza, have already been inhabited and subsequently destroyed due to the corruption and wickedness of man. Each one of the worlds destroyed The faithful Hopi are taken underground and safe from destruction to later emerge and populate the next world. According to Waters' books, which were written in the 1960s, Hopis believe that humanity is currently residing in the fourth world, Tuwakwachi. Like the previous world, Tuwakwachi is also prophesied to be destroyed because of the corruption of humanity.
All right, all right. So let's go right on into this. Hold on, it was something I did want to make a point on. Hold on. See. Oh, true white brotherhood. And you also spoke on the white brother. And what reference did your mind go to when they say the true white brother? What do you remember about that?
It went to Swarthy and also His Majesty visited us, and then they put him as the white buffalo.
Oh,
Buffalo.
All right. So His Majesty was recognized by the Lakota as the white buffalo. So the vision was part of, you have to understand that the Lakota say that they come from the great white buffalo, which was a queen mother, and she taught them the seven fires. And because of her saving them, that's how they survived, or they would have died in the Americas. And the buffalo, it became a sacred thing of their survival. So, there's a lot to that story, but I wanted you not to think of the white brother as though a white man. Most of the Hopi creation stories center around Tawa, the sun spirit, and Tawa is the creator, and it was he who formed the first world out of Topela and the endless space, as well as its original inhabitants. It is still traditional for Hopi mothers to seek a blessing from the sun for their newborn children. Other accounts have it as that Tawa Taioa first created Sotukan, whom he called his nephew, and sent him to create the nine universes. And according to his plan, Sotukana also created Spider Woman, who served as a messenger for the creator and was an intercessor between the deity and the people. And in some versions of the Hopi creation myth, she creates all life under the direction of Sutukana. And yet other stories tell that life was created by a hard being woman of the West and a hard being woman of the East, while the sun merely observed the process. Masua, or Masua, a skeleton man, was the spirit of death, earth god. If you know any of the Rishas, and I'm Baba Luaye. So, we're called, Father Earth, and the keeper of the crossroads, Baron Samedi. So in those titleage, our reality is right there as well for those who know those symbolisms. The doorkeeper to the fifth world and the keeper of fire. Fire is alchemy. First principle of alchemy is fire. First principle of change. He was also the master of the upper world or the fourth world, and was there when good people escaped the wickedness of the third world for the promise of the fourth world. Masawu is described as wearing a hideous mask, but again showing the diversity of myths among the Hopi. Masawu was alternately described as handsome, bejeweled man beneath his mask, or as a bloody, fearsome creature who is also assigned certain benevolent attributes. Other important deities include the twin war gods, the Kachinas, and the trickster, the coyote, Esuerligba. Maize is vital in the Hopi substance and religion. For the tradition, the Hopis, the corn, is central bond. It is essence, physical, spiritually, and symbolically pervades their existence. The four worlds, Barry Pritzker writes, according to the Hopi legend, when time and space began and the sun spirit Tawa created the first world, in which insect-like creatures lived unhappily in caves. With the goal of improvement, Tawa sent a spirit called Spider Grandmother to the world below, and the Spider Grandmother led the first creatures on a long trip to the second world, in which they took on the appearance of wolves and bears. And as these animals were no happier than the previous ones, however, Tawa created a new third world and again sent Spider Grandmother to convey the wolves and the bears. So, in this story, a woman comes and saves the people and guides them. Even though they're in distress, they don't like being in the holes or the caves, just as the elder said. And the woman has to do creation not one time, but more than one time. Just as in the story where the elder told, the people are upset. First, they are neither male nor female, so they have to be put in the cave, right? They come out of the cave, they're male and female, but they're still not happy, and they're still having to dig for gold. And so they go through another form of creation, and they're taught about sex. So now birthing process is beginning. So these are dimensional stories, like just like the story showed you that you get a story about Makeda's father, but it's not her father. Then when you go to the King's List and it's in the King's List, but they're all part of one dynasty, but the story extends to her. And she accepts the archetype as they can give her. So she represents an archetype, an extension of a story before her. But now we're into where we're talking about first world, fourth world, and we're talking about etheric body, androgynous, gender, and then gender causing the fall, and the fall causing the meteorite shower, and the meteorite shower causing the mutant birth. And then now you got a whole new paradigm that you're living in. You got a whole new paradigm that you're living in. But let's go a little further in these worlds. And Ross Kimian had shared something. So I thought it would be only fair that we would look into this. Ross Kimian, would you like to read it as we build on this? I'm going to say, come on.
Yes, I can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
So this is showing how we have certain principles and traditions and basic science that is recorded and practiced in different areas. So, these are the 4 different ages from the Igbo perspective. In Igbo cosmology, Uga refers to the world age and stages of consciousness humanity has evolved through. There are 4 of them prescribed in Igbo cosmology. Each of them offers insight into human consciousness and its evolution. These 4 ages each have distinct characteristics and durations. Dimensional.
They reflect the multi-dimension.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right.
They reflect
the multidimensional nature of Igbo reality. Understanding these ages can help us gain insight into the different planes of existence, reincarnation, and the progression of spiritual consciousness in Igbo reality and Ordinani. In this post, we will attempt to shed light into some key points relating to Oga, the 4 world ages in Igbo cosmology. The multidimensional reality of Igbo cosmology. In Igbo cosmology, reality is viewed as multidimensional, where various ages and planes of consciousness coexist. In Igbo culture, the language used to address children, which refers to their generational groups, such as Omaka, Omomo, and Umuozai, reflect the full spectrum and timeline and the specific ages humanity has lived through. There is no greater history map than the language of people itself. The naming of tradition in Igbo culture of Igbo culture till date underscores the belief that the human consciousness has evolved and continues to evolve through different cycles. And by understanding these cycles, we can better align with the desired consciousness of ourselves and our descendants. The 4 ages. Ugaka, the first age, duration 4,000 years. Characteristics. This age predates the physical existence of humans in their material form. It represents pure consciousness, where beings existed in the astral plane as pure energies without physical bodies. It was a time of pure spiritual essence and potential, a prelude to physical incarnation. Ugaka is the age of Uma. Ugachi, the second age, duration of 3,000 years. Characteristic. This age marks the beginning of human matter and the transformation from pure energy into physical flesh. It was a period of harmony and purity still, where humans and nature consciously set out to innovate highly effective ways of coexisting without the concept of death or sin. The consciousness during this age was one of self-realization and self-actualization. Uga Anau, the third age, duration 2,000 years. Characteristics. Often referred to as the Age of Enlightenment. This period saw human beings begin to question and shift in consciousness. Lifespans became shorter, and there was an increased understanding of how to manipulate energies. This age is associated with the consciousness of duality, where humans started to explore the individual and collective potentials more intimately. Ugaazi, the fourth age, duration, 1,000 years. Characteristics, known as the age of wickedness. This age is marked by crime, evil, and ignorance. It represents the lowest level of consciousness, where destructive behaviors and pestilence prevail. The age is associated with the consciousness of ignorance and vanity. Ofake. It reveals the challenges and darker aspects of human consciousness. Reincarnation and planes of consciousness. These four ages are not just timeless existence in Igbo spirituality. They are realms of consciousness. This point might be controversial for some, but because these four ages are equally four realms of consciousness, they represent realms of incarnation which souls re-enter the world. Igbo reality. Each age of consciousness is ruled, better to say preserved, by the foundational spirits that guide Igbo reality. Eke, Orie, Afar, and Kwa. For example, Odinani practitioners call on Ndi Mua, the first ones, Ndi Iche, ascended ancestors, and Igo Mua prayers, backed by the belief that these beings are still very much alive and active in their realms of existent consciousness. It is also believed that these ascended ancestors can exercise their pure choice and decide to reincarnate into families or communities to aid the liberation of souls. This belief is an indication that they exist in the realm of consciousness that is still very active, possibly Uga Aka or Uga Chi, in spirit, in the same way lower spirits or energies are also believed to exist and are still active in certain realms of consciousness. Uga Anyau, Uga Azi. The four ages, Uga Aka, Ugachi, Uga Anyawo, Uga Azi, are not merely linear in their nature, but exist simultaneously in a multidimensional framework. Just as past, present, and future coexist, so too do these ages, allowing for a complex and layered metaphysical justification for human existence. Beings or spirits can reincarnate from any of these planes of consciousness, each vibrating at different frequencies. Each of consciousness is still very much alive and active in spirit, more, indicating the different states of consciousness or spirits can inhabit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So let's not slow it down. We're gonna speed it up because we're getting close to there. I thought I had it right here. Oh yeah, I do got it. All right. So in the construct of studying the four worlds, here is in what they call the Hinduism, they had called it the Kali Yuga. Ross, give me, since you read, can you read right here as well?
Yes, sir. Kali Yuga is the fourth shortest and the worst of the four yugas, world ages, in a yuga cycle, preceded by Depra Yuga and followed by the next cycle, Krita Satya Yuga. Is believed to be the present age, which is full of conflict and sin. According to Puranic sources, Krishna's death marked the end of the Depra Yuga. The start of the Kali Yuga, which is dated to 1718, February 3102 BCE, lasting for 432,000 years, 1,200 defined years. Kali Yuga began 5,126 years ago and has 426,874 years left as of 2025 CE. Kali Yuga will end in the year 428,899 CE. Near the end of Kali Yuga, when virtues are at their worst, a cataclysm and a re-establishment of the Dharma occurs to usher in the next cycle, Krita Satya Yuga, prophesied to occur by Kalki.
Just read the first two little areas right there, and then we done. And I'll go and come in.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yuga, Sanskrit, in this context mean an age of the world, where its archaic spelling is Yug, with other forms of Yugam, Yuganam, and Yugi derived from Yuji, Sanskrit, to join or yoke. Believed derived from Yug, Proto-Indo-European, to join or unite. Kali Yuga, Sanskrit. Kali Yuga or Kali Yuga means the age of Kali, the age of darkness, the age of vice and misery, the age of quarrel and hypocrisy.
Okay. Then Kali. I want you to look at Kali. Kali was both vile shorts from a root cod, suffering and hurt, startled, confused, as a personification of sin, which presides over the Kali Yuga, the present era characterized by moral decline and disorder in Hinduism. His origin or role in the cosmic cycles are detailed in various ancient texts, including the Mahabharata and the Bhagavata, the Purana. According to the Mahabharata, Kali is a sinister, a diva, Ganhar, and I'm going to make sure we get all the definitions. A Ganharva is a member of a class of celestial beings in the Indian religion, such as Hindu Buddhism or Jainism, whose males are divine performers, such as musicians, singers, and the females are divine dancers. In Hinduism, they are regarded to be celestial demigods who served as musicians of the divas. It is also a term for skilled singers in Indian classical music and the Buddhism, and in terms also. In Hinduism, the Gandharvas are a class of minor deities who serve as divine musicians in the Hindu mythology. The term Gandharva is present in the Vedic sources, and as a singular deity, according to the Orbis or in the Madana, the Gandharvas is present as a celestial being dwelling near the sun in the heavenly waters, which watches over the Soma, apparently for the benefit of the gods and the sacrificers. The Gadavas also received the soma from the daughter of the sun to put it into the soma plant to bring it into this world. The Gandharvas also bring other things from beyond, including humans and the horse. And such, the functions in the Gahav is to escort things from outside into this world, thereby divesting them of their potential dangerous nature. Later, the figure also came to be associated with fertility and virility. So you have a benevolent being at one stage, and then when you go back at the next stage, Kali is not seen as a benevolent being. According to the Mahabharata, Kali is a sinister diva Gandharva born as the 15th son of the progenitor sage Kashyapi. Kashyapi is revered as a Vedic sage in Hinduism. He is one of the Saptaras, the seven ancient sages of the Rig Veda. And in the Ramayana, he is referred to as a Rishtanima. Kashyapi is the most ancient and venerated rishi, along with other Saptarishis listed in the colophon verses in the Bhagavad. So hold on. Saptashi, the seven sages, are the seven seers of the ancient India who are exalted in the Vedas and other Hindu literatures such as the Skanda Puranas. The Vedic Samhitas never enumerated these rishis by names, although later the Vedic texts such as the Brahmas and Upanishads do. So these constellations are easily recognizable. An earlier prototype of the Sanpasis concept may stem from six families associated with the six family books. The Rig Veda and the Samhita, the Grisam Samada, the Visvamitra, the Vamdeva, the Atri, the Bara, the Vaga, the Visitha. While not a family book, the Mandala 8 is most attributed to Kanva, who could be considered the seventh prototypical Saptarishi. The earliest formal list of the seven rishis is given by Jamini Brahma and Agasti, Atri, Bada, Waja, Gautama, Jamna, Vashti, followed by Brada, the Upanishad, slightly different. All right, I was trying to get to the science of it so you can catch them if they give it here. Oh, here it is. In ancient Indian astronomy, the pattern of the stars known in the West as the Big Dipper are part of the large constellation of Ursa Major and is called the Saptarishi, with the seven stars representing seven rishis. I'm not going to read all the names again to you. The Vashita, the Marichi, the Kratu. A faint companion star near the Vashiti, known as the Arudhati, is identified with the Vashiti wife. Together, Vashiti and Arudhati correspond to the double star system, Mizar and Alcor. In Hindu astronomy, the seven stars, Saptarishi, the Mandala, or the Big Dipper, are called, there you go, your names. The Vashiti accompanied by the rim and a faint company star. So even though they told you this story as the story of the gods and it went to the Kali Yuga, then they finally took it back to the astronomy or the astrology. And we're going to make the point because there are one more place I got to take you to get this to this. So when Raskimian was reading about the Igbo, there was a statement he made, is that these four worlds are conscious worlds. And you have to let your mind just soak that for a minute. So we say that we've fallen into a certain cycle, into a world. And as above, so below, as within, so without. And then we spoke about the seven bodies: spirit, neutron, soul, proton, mind, electron. The movement of an electron is electricity. So the movement of your mind is a charge keeper. But then you have water, emotional body; air, astral body; fire, life force; and earth, the physical body. The cattle of the land is fire. It tills the earth. So they say in the Bible, it said, let us create man in our image and our likeness. Man is given dominion over the fishes of the sea, water; fowls of the air; and the cattle of the land, life force, fire; and the creeping things on earth, physical body. But the life force, the blood, the breath, that's the cattle that tills the earth to prepare it to bring forth harvest. To prepare it to bring forth harvest. So each cycle is a state of consciousness, a state of the frequency of the beings, the operation of it. And we talked about epigenetics and how certain things change. But in ancient Kemet, the alchemical statement was, to change something, you must change the vibration. To change the vibration, you must change your mind. So we talk about the mind in a very high level here. And we're going to show a component of the science first, because we said we don't want to talk just religion or belief. We want to talk of science. So we talked about the fourth world, the Kali Yugas and so forth. But I want us to take a little deeper look into it. It's not cooperating with me like that way, so I'll just read it and break it down for you. The breath of Pyra, the rising sun. So we're talking about the sun, but we're talking about Pyra, pyramid, the fire in the middle. And we said that the life force, the breath in the blood, is the fire. And the cattle is a symbol given to it, because the cattle till the earth. Your breath and your blood. So the way you eat, it prepares the vessel for travel. The way you breathe, it prepares the vessel for a dimensional travel in a certain frequency, producing a certain reality. And entering this chart, I first note to you that the solar system reflects our inner movement, the solar system. So we talked about the stars, and we just talked about the Kali Yuga, and it went to the Sarapistisas, and that took us to 7 constellations, the Big Dipper. The North Pole of the Earth circles backwards from the zodiac in the period of 25,920 years. So we got a little further down, I can pull it up. The North Pole of the Earth circles backwards through the zodiac in a period of 25,920 years. It moves at a rate of 1 degree each 72 years. As there is 30 degrees in a zodiac sign, then 72 times 30 is 2,160 years of age. So 12 zodiac signs means that 12 ages times, so 12 times 2,160 equals 25,920 years, the great age. Now it is the mathematics given by Ra Unefa Amin-Ra that reveals using the great age 25,920 and dividing it by 12 in the number factors, which is 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, reveals the Yuga stages or the yoking. The yoking. You have to understand what the yoking is. We're going to get there. Or the yoking stage, see below. So we're going to get what this means. 25,920 divided by 12 equals 2,160. Divided by 6 equals the Kali Yuga, 4,320. Divided by 4, 6,480. It's another year. 3, 8,640. The Dwapara Yuga. 2, 12,960. The Treta Yuga. And 1, 25,000. Now, Ra-Unefa Amin-Ra held that the missing year of the Satya Yuga is 4 times 4,320, which equals 1,728,000, which I and I would deal with. But first, the cipher must be completed here. Are not only just cycling time, but they're a state of consciousness. And we have to understand that based on science. What was our ancestors believing? What were they practicing in? Now, in the measuring of the yugas is key to the ratio in human breathing cycles. For 18 breaths per minute, 18 breaths per minute, yields 25,920 a day. Two, 9 breaths per minute equals 12,960 a day. Thus revealing that vibrational levels of man correlates with breathing control. To change something, you must change the vibration. To change the vibration, change the mind. To subdue the beastly mind control, the breaths for 18 breaths a minute is held to be 6 plus 6 plus 6, meaning that the year that we're in, or the age that we're in, the Kali Yuga, the age of the beast of the suns, is based on our breathing parameters that we're operating in now. So this is the dimension of our time period. So a lot of you have asked a very intriguing question. In a lot of the ancient texts, they say this person lived 1,000 years and this person lived this many years. How come we don't live that many years? No, they were breathing on a dimensional time level, you not. So their time gate or travel around the sun is totally different than yours, or their travel in the great year or the great age is totally different. They're in a different dimensional reality. But yet they share the same reality that you share. So to change the vibration, well, let me read up a little further. 9 breaths per minute equals 12,960 a day, thus revealing that vibrational levels of man correlate with breathing control. To change something, you must change the vibration. To change vibration, change the mind. So this is why they want to keep you in fight or flight. This is why they have to keep you uneducated. They have to keep you in belief. They don't need you to know the science. They don't need to free your mind. They free your mind. They free your breath, the breath of life. They say that's the first thing the Creator gave to you, but you're rejecting it right now. Every day we're rejecting it because every day we clutch in fear. Every day we're clutching in fear. Every day our HPA axis, our hypothalamus, pituitary, and our adrenal is overloaded. So we're operating in a certain planetary or function. So we're worshiping certain gods. That means that's when they say they give you a planet, they say you're worshiping the god of Saturn or the god of Jupiter, because this is where your operation of your frequency is at. See, we're talking dimensions and science. We're not talking religion. We're talking of understanding how our ancestors seen in different time gates and how we're so programmed down into this function, into this seventh nature, into the we fall down, but we get up. So we fallen from our spiritual heights, our spiritual intelligence, and then now we're trapped in this physical body, and we only operate from emotions and physical. So we don't see the science. We're looking for belief. We go into ceremonies, but we're not elevating into the divine intelligence of ourselves. We're still waiting on something. So man is now operating in a beast vibration. So I and I seek to raise the sun, the pyra, fire in the middle, in the mid, and experience the cosmic being, because you're the pyramid. Remember, the pyramids represent you. The fire in the mid being through meditation, and the science itself must include this knowledge. Now, the Satya or the Satya Yuga is a 3 breath per minute. To obtain this proper training must take place with a teacher knowledgeable in the abdomen. That's the diaphragmatic breathing. You're talking about fire breaths, the certain breaths, but you have to know that that's the nature of the mind coming out of fight or flight. That's when your whole nature is a dopamine, serotonin nature. That's why you seek drugs and herbs to help you activate that, because you're used to operating in a different dimensional time gate. Now you're stuck in the box. And 72 co-conspirators based on the dimensional time gate and the star patterns which you're under. Those are 72 degrees and the 30 pieces of silver. Because we slay Christ over and over again ourselves. Hebrews, the book of Hebrews. We slay the Christ over and over and over again ourselves. But he who wants to come to God must believe that he is. And that's faith. For it is the raising the state of trance that will allow entering in to the doorway. The doorway. The doorway. This doorway is a symbol where you see the tree of life, where they give it to you under the Jewish Kabbalah. And this doorway represents 3 pillars: the kingly pillar, the priestly pillar, the Boaz and Jachin, the arch doorway, the architect, the tectons, the nagas, the nagas, the master builders, the Osasef, which they call Joseph. This doorway is a science, another symbol for the consciousness. Science. And we've went in it before, but I want to show it one more aspect, if I can find it in here right quick, because I got to move to the next one. I think I just passed it. So. This doorway, these three pillars. The middle pillar is what they call the hidden pillar, the Amun, the hidden one. But this middle pillar is a pillar that leads you to the Shalom, the keystone, the peace, the rest. But you have a kingly pillar, which is Malachi. You have a priestly pillar, which is Zedek. And he shall make us kings and priests unto our God. Why I said our God? And he shall make us kings and priests unto our God. Why I say our God? And so when the kingly pillar and the priestly pillar come together, you get the keystone, Shalom, which creates the middle pillar, the hidden pillar, the path of the Messiah. See, this is your science. This is why we say each and every one of you is the Messiah. Your vision, you're the Messiah of that vision. To deliver that to the people, you are an echo of the divine intelligence of creation. You are the cosmic reflection of the archetypes to lead us to the next stage. You come to be the slayer of the God before us, the killer of a false nature, destroyer of the hologram, to free the Asaf from the box. We fall down, but we get up. So this middle pillar, you see, on the tree of life, you have Sephiras, and you would have the Malkuth, the Yesod, the Teferet, and the Kethim, all in the middle pillar. But each one of these Sephiras here in this middle pillar, they tell a story by themselves. That's why symbols are so powerful. The Malkuth represents in the Kemetic Geb, but Malkuth is the same. Geb represents the earth. Malkuth is the kingdom, the earth. It's 10, knowledge of your cipher. So this earth is the knowledge of your cipher. So this earth is the knowledge of your cipher. The story of life is in life. The story of life is in life. Malkuth. Geb, earth. So Angel Gabriel, the earth, the nature, tells the feminine, the Yesod, which is the foundation of creation. She's matter. She's the mother of all living things. So she's the foundation. She's the Yesod. Your physical nature is feminine. So the Geb, the cipher, the knowledge, the earth, the nature starts to tell Yesod, which is also called Mary or also called Aset, Isis, that she is about to give birth. So we got 10 and 9. So Aset now knows she's the mother and she's about to give birth to the beauty. If I had not seen the beauty of the Lord in the land of the living, Psalms 27, the Teferet. So the mother is now about to give birth to the son. That's what Teferet is, the beauty, the son. Because he's the son of God. The Heru, the 6, the Messiah. So we got 10, 9, 6. And the son, the Messiah, the Heru, the child, will lead you to the Ethera, the Asa, the Father. Right here in this symbol is your New Testament. but it's an old story. Right here in this symbol is the Solomon's Temple. It's an older story, but it's the science of you. Now, got to go one more step right quick, just because I got to show you this image. So I'm going to go like this. Oh, I ain't even do that. Now, you see us mixing Kemetic, Hinduism, the four worlds, then we found it in Igbo. And we saying we ain't talking religion, we talking science. Now here's a symbol. I'm not going to go into that too much further. I just wanted to show that to you to make your eyes understand it. And then I got one more symbol just to come back because I want to show you the doorway, because I got to show you where the doorway at. Because the doorway is in the square. And so even though you're in this box, there's a doorway. Even though you in this matter, there's a doorway in this house. And it takes you to the mercy seat, the glory of God. That's what you call the Ark of the Covenant. But the Ark of the Covenant in the Ethiopian tradition is the Mary, the mother. She's the keeper of the throne. She's the Aset. The throne on her head is a throne. The lap of the mother. So I just wanted to show you where that is at. And now I just want to take us into a quick little video here. Got it open. So let's have it started all the way. Still started.
Now, that's Oja.
Oh no.
This was all
Wrong one. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh, it's the wrong one still. Like I'm gonna have to open it up from here and go off through it.
have some spikes on it and hit them in the back of the head. And that's the only way you can kill it. They say, what is it? They say this thing jumps from body to body and it takes over the most ancient part of the brain, the medulla oblongata.
If you can't quit the P word, I want to let you know that Scripture tells us that successful men...
The fluorescent lights and stuff shuts down the actual melanin. You see what I'm saying? Shuts down the actual melanin. Now, let's go on.
You gotta pay attention here.
Because I want to get into this particular part.
Go a little bit.
Bear with me 1 minute.
Let him make this point.
In the Kabbalistic text, they talk about, and see, in this particular book, the Zohar, the Book of Enlightenment, Western is called the Classics of Western Spirituality. It's just called the Zohar, the Book of Enlightenment, translated and introduced by Daniel Channon Matt, C-H-A-N-A-N, Matt, M-A-T-T. And he's the person that translated it. But they talk about a realm called the Siddha Hara. And they say this is the most evil realm. But In the aspect of this particular book, in the notes, in the extensive bibliography, and in the extensive bibliography, the guy goes down and breaks down, well, what is this Siddhara? He said the Siddhara was the practices, the Siddhara was the practices. Let me just go to the, because I got to read this thing. Bear with me 1 minute. 257. I want to read this. He goes in and he tells you what this Siddhara is. And he goes in and he says, I don't know if I can find it right now. He said this Siddhara, or what we call evil, he says is nothing but the practice of alchemy in ancient Kemet. So basically this whole realm of what we're calling evil is another priesthood, or later priesthood, rebelling against the ancient art of ancient Kemet. What is the royal art of ancient Kemet or ancient Egypt? Alchemy. And what is alchemy? The ultimate study of melanin. So they had an ancient priesthood that rebelled against it, and I think it has something to do with Akhenaten. You see what I'm saying? That rebelled against this particular realm, and it's also in the book of Enoch. They talk about, in the book of Enoch they said, I said, what is it so bad that Azazel, the one that you notice in the movie Fallen, what is it that's so bad that he did wrong? And in the book of Enoch they start going through the list of what he did wrong, and basically they was talking about working with stones and herbs and all this kind of stuff here. And you would think it's some type of sorcery, but if you understand the royal art of ancient Kemet, that what it was actually talking about was the practice of alchemy and man learning more about its inner nature than these gods rebelled. Also in the book of God chastises man. Also in the book of Ezekiel they talk about how the Egyptians was using sorcery. So by you thinking that sorcery is what they tell you now, you can't draw the parallel, because the sorcery that they were talking about was the black art, and what they call the black art is the study of alchemy. But Hollywood is slipped in and is giving you all these preconceived notions of evil. So when you hear the word black magic and the black art, you thinking it's something evil, and in actuality it's the study of alchemy in the most vital part of your essence. So obviously we got a later priesthood that's coming in, and they're shutting down the practice of man's soul, given over to the worship of a deity outside of your damn self. You see, mainly a solar order of deity that lights up the matrix, this artificial plane that we are on. So therefore, that's what they call the solar divas took over the suras, or what you talk about this sun out here, and that's what Akhenaten comes in, because he's the first individual in history to come out there with that sun. And remember I told you and tell you to worship the sun in that particular aspect. The Ra thing was a whole nother concept, because you got Amun-Ra, the hidden sun. So you have a multi-deity system.
I got to make a point of clarity. I love Bobby Hemmett, and I use his videos, but the Ankhenaten, the Aten, is coming out of the Nubia, Ethiopia area from Ankhenaten's mother. And so he was revitalizing that in hopes that that would have brought the unification by bringing the old ancient attribute that used to be a center point that allowed the houses all still to dwell together. But he was still rejected because the houses were still operating from the time of the Hyksos, where temples were battling and collecting fees to pay taxes so that they could keep their temple open. And so they started propagating against each other, not looking for the individuals who deserve the initiation in the different houses, but now trying to get as many participants to just come into their temple. So now the temples lost their way. They lost their right. They stopped the passage. Then plus most of the real higher priests were killed and assassinated so that they can control the lesser priests. So just put that point there with Unkinton. Give thanks.
And Kemet, and they were actually talking about a doggone university of advanced knowledge. But Akhenaten comes and he tells people to worship the Son or the one God, and he shuts down the latent entities. Remember I was telling you that your mind is built on a multi-deity system? You know that you're a multi-deity system based on everything about you. As far as your movements, is melanin never stops moving. You see? Then it has to take a multi-deity system just to explain those components that's inside of you, those latent forces. So Akhenaten comes and he makes the one God concept, and he talking about that physical sun, and he misconstrues that they were talking about an inner sun inside of you, which is that kundalini or black dot. You see what I'm saying? And this is one of the first origins of this fundamentalism, by taking you from this particular part of dealing with your own spiritual concept. So therefore, alchemy becomes outlawed and evil. You see what I'm saying? Now, the Siddhara is talking about this evil realm, but they go and say it's the alchemical practices. What we call melanin is this evil realm. Remember I talk about the ancient evil? Well, and so we come in full circle now. The ancient evil is alchemy. Sorcery, that you get this later day version of this Hollywood shit, some people cooking up some bat legs and shit. Always some old green shit in the pot and all, you know. You talking about sorcery like that. But in actuality, the origin of it, when the Egyptians were dealing with this, or the Kamites, they were dealing with alchemy, the study of melanin, the most advanced force on the planet. You see what I'm saying? And so from the rebellion of this forces by later day cults, all the stuff that you talk about negative now has its origins in alchemy, which is the study of melanin.
So I want you to imagine this. Imagine some people telling you you have to be born again and to trust. A trust given is not a trust to be betrayed, and in time you'll earn the ways of the master. But you're a people who have suffered in the caves and starvation. And so those things don't mean that to you no more. And so you want to rush, you want something. You want this master pay fast. And so you're coming on a different level than the people right before you. So
What you talk about negative now has its origins in alchemy.
Hold on, I think I went back.
All the stuff that you talk about negative now has its origins in alchemy.
Well, I wanted to go back to the melanin and alchemy. And so the key was, imagine you're coming to a people thinking you're stealing information from them on a basis. But in the basis of the things you're reading is coming back to a science that they possess within. And so now, but you want to steal their right and you want to remove them. So now every essence of anything that leads to that science being a key to any authority, you have to evilize it. And just to put it another word, you have to turn it into a negative. So just keep up right here, and we're going to pop in right one place else, and y'all just hold tight. It makes sense for you.
Which is the study of melanin. So your entire essence, we have turned around, and now you are calling it negative, and as a result, you create this particular negative by convincing your subconscious that its own inner workings is negative. You see what I'm saying? The same thing as the serpent, the kundalini, Satan, and all that type of stuff. But also, Set Typhon also represents the ass. Got a donkey. But in it, Jesus, it goes into Jerusalem riding on the back of an ass. You see what I'm saying? So this goes back to say, and we must understand it at this particular time if we're going to rise up to a certain level, that you are the parents of the so-called gods of creation. So therefore you have no business praying to some gods of creation when you were their parents. You see. And this is what we must understand. This is why things are not working for us. Because we still have this Christian model in our mind that we got to be obedient. And this, now, what does this mean? Now, let me break this down on a certain level. Because I was getting ready to get in this before. At one time, we were on the earth plane. We had a couple of thousand years to be here. So we had to harness the latent forces within our body. Because we had to create this civilization, because we had to, the forces had to get to a certain level before they manifested on a certain realm. So we had to harness a certain amount of energy. Now we got the time cycles mixed up. Now this is the end time cycle, and because we were hit in the head, now we're going back to the old, same old harnessing. This new eon that you're talking about, you not only have to become one with your own higher self, you got to become one against nature. Something new here. So you know, all the spiritual shit, all of nature, all the divine beings and the goddamn nature and the nature of this shit here. You have to become one against nature. You say, well, how is that? Now you're losing me. Didn't I tell you at the first beginning that the Egyptians and Alvin Boyd Kuhn book says that they looked at this as a realm of some leftover realm of when we used to live and then we died, and then the civilization started. You see what I'm saying? So if the nature represents the cocoon, you see what I'm saying? And it is the cocoon that sustains you in this life cycle of creation, then now even the devil is running. You don't even have control over it no more. Because you have all used it up and you're ready to go to the next level, then you got to become one against nature. That's what Gurdjieff said. The new man that's going to jump to a higher level is not only going to have to become one against nature, but he's going to also have to come one against God. You say, now you fucking me up. Didn't I just tell you a few minutes ago that we are higher than the gods that created the physical realm? This realm was created from a primal world that existed before. So in actuality, you got to become one against God. Because, now what is this talking about? We're not talking about, see, you have to get out of the human phase when you talk about this. Think of this thing as one energy superseding another energy. Just as the other energy surpassed our energy and set up this dream world, and we went into hibernation, now our energy has to surpass the other energy. So the God of creation must be overwritten and killed by the God of the world to come, as they call it in the Kabbalistic text.
So now, in most of all your mythology, they speak of one god killing the other. Jupiter, Saturn, Zeus, or Uranus. This is a cycle science, right? And this is why we're talking science, because we're talking about how paradigms are created and how captivating you in your mind makes you be the power source of creating a holographical world that emboxes you in, and you have to outgrow it. But the only way you do is through the knowledge of your divine nature of yourself. This is why His Majesty directed us to teach our ancient Ethiopian knowledge, to awaken you, to remind you. So now we started in the story of how the meteorite showered the mutants, how we come into different races, how we lose our mind. But there's a science in us. And we said DNA is not destiny. And we talked about epigenetics, zeros and ones. So before we go to this next stage, I want us to study a science. I'm just going to show you something first, just to catch the frequency. I need 4 people to participate. Can I just get 4? It's not going to be nothing difficult. You have to read nothing. You have to say nothing. No long stuff or nothing. It won't even take you 2 seconds, 3 seconds to do what you need to do. I just need 4 people to agree to participate. Can I get 4 people to say they'll participate? Can I get 4 people to say they will participate? Won't even take you 2 seconds. You ain't got to read nothing. Just say you'll participate. And then when you say it, I'll start right then. And it'll be over with before you even before you mute. First person. Somebody give me the first person. First person. Say your name. Who is it?
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Ross Daniel.
All right, Ross Daniel. Give a number 0 to 100 or 0. No, just let's do it simple. 0 to 10. Let's just keep it simple. No, I'm gonna do it even in a balance. 0 to 16.
Number 3.
Okay, so you gave us a 3. So we get 1 dot. All right, go ahead. Next person.
8.
8. Next person. 'I do it like this. Hold on. All right. Next person.
S.
Go ahead. I couldn't. Yes, go ahead. What number?
7.
7. Okay. Next person. One more person. I'll be the person. 6. Oh, that's how I should have did it. That's how I did it. So we have a symbol here from our collective. And this symbol has a meaning. Because tonight was all about symbols. So look at our symbol one more time. Okay. I'm just doing a short run for us. Keeps taking stuff. Just, now I was supposed to do two questions of people, but it was kind of difficult to get all. So I trust that Osamija being a duality. That's our duality. But so in a reading, us doing that is still like casting the curry shells or casting the pele. When you cast the pele, it's nothing's by chance. Everything happens for a reason. So you learn that in your comedics under the Tahuti, the seven principles, the law of cause and effect, and the law of mentalism. So here is a 0 and 1 process, is where you get epigenetics. And so this symbol and what it's doing means a lot more than what we are expressing. But the parable, the proverb that will come out of it, will lead us into other things. But we're going to close on one more aspect. I just want to make this point, so just have a little tolerance with me. Oshe Miji is Odu, number 15, in the lordly order of Ifa, and symbolizes a long life full of intense experiences. This sign represents longevity, being the Odu who lived the longest on earth and covers half of the world, specifically the East. Ifa says that he will take the person to a safe place, but he must offer sacrifice to achieve this. In addition, he foresees distance between brothers, sorcery, and mourning, and so the person must receive Ifa to protect and prosper. Now, I asked Ifa a question, and it's on His Majesty and our relationship to His Majesty and our works. But I want to take one step further, because Enoch is also known as Hermes, and Hermes is also known as Tahuti. And I want us to go to a prophecy of Enoch, if I can. All right. Trying to see if it's going to give me the whole thing. All right. Okay. All right. So this is the book of Enoch, chapter 18. 18, the 18th letter is a letter of R, ruler, measurements. The 18th dynasty, the 18 missing years of Jesus. But let's go a little further down here. Well, Ross Kimmy, help me out here. I want you to read this for us. Trying to see the term if to start at the top. Yeah, let's start at the top though. You're gonna go to probably 6 or 7.
Okay. And I saw the storehouses of all the winds, and I saw how with them he was adorned, all creation. And I saw the foundations of the earth. 2. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth, and I saw the 4 winds which support the earth and the sky. Job 38, 4-7. Zechariah 10, 3-4. Isaiah 28, 16. Zechariah 6, 1-5. Revelation 7, 1. 3. And I saw how the winds stretched out the height of heaven, and how they position themselves between heaven and earth. They are the pillars of heaven. 4. And I saw the winds which turned the sky and caused the disk of the sun and all the stars to set. 5. And I saw the winds on the earth which support the clouds, and I saw the path of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of heaven above. 6. And I went towards the south, and it was burning day and night, where there were 7 mountains of precious stones, 3 towards the east and 3 towards the south. 7. And those towards the east were of colored stone, and ones of pearl, and one of healing stone, and those towards the south of red stone. 8. And the middle one reached to heaven, like the throne of the Lord, in stibium, and the top of the throne was sapphire. 9. And I saw a burning fire that was in all the mountains. And I saw a place there beyond the great earth, there the waters gathered together. And I saw a deep chasm of the earth with pillars of heavenly fire. I saw among them fiery pillars of heaven, which were falling, and as regards both height and depth, they were immeasurable. And beyond this chasm, I saw a place. It had neither the sky above it, nor the foundation of earth below it. There was no water on it, and no birds, but it was a desert place. And a terrible thing I saw there, 7 stars like great burning mountains. And like a spirit questioning me, the angel said, "This is the place of the end of heaven and earth. This is the prison for the stars of heaven and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire, these are the ones which transgress the command of the Lord from the beginning of their rising, because they did not come out to their proper times. And he was angry with them and bound them until the time of the consummation of their sins in the year of mystery."
Wow. It's a very powerful statement, and I didn't know it was at the end. And the stars which rolled over the fire, these are the ones which transgressed the command of the Lord from the beginning of their rising. because they did not come out at their proper times. Now, what's your time to come out? Ye are God's children of the Most High, but all your foundations are out of course. What time, where are you? Are you still waiting on the Savior? Should you not be returning to your being now? In what time are you dwelling? Have you become so lost in the box you can't get up? The false gods of your reality, your agreement to imprisonment. What was the transgression? How do you show them the transgression? How do you show them the transgression? And afterwards, he brought me to the gate, even to the gate that looked towards the east. And behold, the glory of God of Israel came from the way of the east, and his voice was like a noise of many waters. And the earth shined with his glory. And it was according to the appearance of the vision which I saw, even according to the vision that I saw when I came to destroy the city. And the vision were like the vision I saw by the river of Chebar. And I fell upon my face. And the glory of the Lord came into the house by the way of the gate, whose prospect is towards the east. And so the Spirit took me up and brought me into the inner court, and behold, the glory of the Lord filled the house. And I heard him speaking unto me out of the house, and the man stood by me. And he said unto me, Son of man, the place of my throne, the place of the sole of my feet, where I dwell in the midst of the children of Israel forever. My holy name shall the house of Israel no more defile, neither nor their kings by their whoredom, nor by the carcasses of their kings in the high place, in their settings of their thresholds by my threshold, their posts by my posts, and the wall between me and them. They have even defiled my holy name by their abominations that have committed, wherefore I have consumed them in my inner anger. Now, thou son of man, show them the house to the house of Israel, that they may be ashamed of their iniquity, and let them measure the pattern. Let them measure the pattern. Okay, hold up. Let's go back. Thou son of man, show the house. Show what? Shew the house to the house of Israel. Show them what house? That they may be ashamed of their iniquities, and let them measure the pattern. Well, when we say measure, we say ruler. And ruler is the 18th letter of the English alphabet. The 18th dynasty, the 18 missing years. The measurement. It's a science. So I'm going to close. Just give me one moment. I gotta close it out all the way right way. Hold on. Got to a certain point and I don't think I closed it. Hopefully it take me right back to it.
spikes on it and hit him in the back of the head. And that's the only way he could kill it.
Take a closer look at this strange device. I want to show you how you can claim your stake in this technology.
The practice of man's soul, given over to the worship of a deity outside of your damn self. You see, mainly a solar order of deity that lights up the matrix, this artificial plane that we are on. So therefore, that's what they call the solar divas took over the suras, or what you talk about this sun out here, and that's what Akhenaten comes in, because he's the first individual in history to come out there with that sun. And remember I told you and tell you to worship the sun in that particular aspect. The Ra thing was a whole nother concept, because you got Amun-Ra, the hidden sun. So you have a multi-deity system in Kemet, and they were actually talking about a doggone university of advanced knowledge. But Akhenaten comes and he tells people to worship the sun or the one God, and he shuts down the latent entities. Remember I was telling you that your mind is built on a multi-deity system? You know that you're a multi-deity system based on everything about you. As far as your movements, is melanin never stops moving. You see? Then it has to take a multi-deity system just to explain those components that's inside of you, those latent forces. So Akhenaten comes and he makes the one God concept, and he's talking about that physical sun, and he misconstrues that they were talking about an inner sun inside of you, which is that Kundalini or black dot. You see what I'm saying? And this is one of the first origins of this fundamentalism, by taking you from this particular part of dealing with your own spiritual concept. So therefore, alchemy becomes outlawed and evil. You see what I'm saying? Now, the Sitahara is talking about this evil realm, but they go and say it's the alchemical practices. What we call melanin is this evil realm. When I talk about the ancient evil, well, and so we come in full circle now. The ancient evil is alchemy. Sorcery, that you get this later day version of this Hollywood shit, some people cooking up some bat legs and shit. Always some old green shit in the pot and all, you know. You talking about sorcery like that. But in actuality, the origin of it, when the Egyptians were dealing with this, or the Camites, they were dealing with alchemy, the study of melanin, the most advanced force on the planet. You see what I'm saying? And so from the rebellion of this forces by later day cults, all the stuff that you talk about negative now has its origins in alchemy, which is the study of melanin. So your entire essence, we have turned around and now you are calling it negative, and as a result, you create this particular negative by convincing your subconscious that its own inner workings is negative. You see what I'm saying? The same thing as the serpent, the Kundalini, Satan, and all that type of stuff. But also, Typhon also represents the ass, or the donkey. But in Jesus, it goes into Jerusalem riding on the back of an ass. You see what I'm saying? So this goes back to say, and we must understand it at this particular time, if we're going to rise up to a certain level, that you are the parents of the so-called gods of creation. So therefore you have no business playing to some gods of creation when you were their parents. You see? And this is what we must understand. This is why things are not working for us. Because we still have this Christian model in our minds that we got to be obedient. Now, what does this mean? Now, let me break this down on a certain level, because I was getting ready to get in this before. At one time, we were on the earth plane. We had a couple of thousand years to be here. So we had to harness the latent forces within our body, because we had to create the civilization, because we had to, the forces had to get to a certain level before they manifested on a certain realm. So we had to harness a certain amount of energy. Now we got the time cycles mixed up. Now this is the end time cycle, and because we were hit in the head, now we're going back to the same old harnessing. This new eon that you're talking about, you not only have to become one with your own higher self, you got to become one against nature. Something new here. So you know, all the spiritual shit, all of nature, the divine beings and the goddamn nature and the nature of this shit here. You have to become one against nature. You say, well, how is that? Now you're losing me. Didn't I tell you at the first beginning that the Egyptians in Alvin Boyd Kuhn book says that that they looked at this as a realm of some leftover realm of when we used to live and then we died, and then the civilization started. You see what I'm saying? So if the nature represents the cocoon, you see what I'm saying? And that is the cocoon that sustains you in this life cycle of creation, then now even the devil is running. You don't even have control over it no more. Because you have all used it up and you're ready to go to the next level, then you got to become one against nature. That's what Gurdjieff said. The new man that's going to jump to a higher level is not only going to have to become one against nature, but he's going to also have to become one against God. You say, now you fucking me up. Didn't I just tell you a few minutes ago that we are higher than the gods that created the physical realm? This realm was created from a primal world that existed before. So in actuality, you got to become one against God. Because, now what is this talking about? We're not talking about, so you have to get out of the human phase when you talk about this. Think of this thing as one energy superseding another energy. Just as the other energy surpassed our energy and set up this dream world, and we went into hibernation, now our energy has to surpass the other energy. So the God of creation must be overwritten and killed by the God of the world to come, as they call it in the Kabbalistic text. You getting this? Okay. You existed before creation. Several primal worlds that were in existence for billions of years as the same time and now as this earth is old. Okay? Then you went into hibernation in a dream state, and your energy was used to create the world around you and to imprison you in this particular world. And that's all what you know of as nature. It's a matrix. It doesn't exist as an illusion, a series of events that don't exist, called Maya, illusion. And the God that created that Maya in that illusion has got your ass now trapped in this thing because you are still thinking of creation. And you're thinking about getting back on top of civilization and going back to Egypt. Well, let's cut the damn dumb shit. You're not going to go back no goddamn well. Personally, you ain't going to do shit but you ain't going to hit a damn, like they say down in the country, you ain't going to hit a damn lick out of a snake. Or some people say you ain't going to hit a lick out of a damn stick. The point I'm trying to make here is now, and I'll explain this to you too also, why this cannot be. If you are to raise yourself up back into a civilization on the earth plane that resembles your past glories, that means that your soul will be trapped forever. Because you didn't come on this civilization as a human. You developed into what a human condition was. So you can't go back to doing the human, been there, done that. You got to go back to the original. So all of the Afrocentric and the conscious immunity and stuff is all based on you going back to the original. But we don't read what the ancients say. The ancient never said you was going to return to Egypt. The ancient says, as well as all religions, even the religions say this, but all ancient scriptures talk about you go into another existence. Remember, enlightenment is, what was it? Hold on. What was it? The enlightenment results from realizing the unreality of existence. That's what enlightenment is. That when you realize the unreality of existence that's around you, then you are enlightened. So why the hell are you going to go back and live into some more?
Enlightenment is the realization of something. And is it clear what's being said? So I wanted to show you this first. A new quantum experiment suggests time doesn't flow forward. It folds, meaning your present choices might already be rewriting your past. Just to give you a thought process there. Let me go back a little further. Then get to that. This one.
There is a technology that has been developed from the connection between those two that may be more impactful than AI. The key is in one of the most recognizable symbols in the entire world. You gotta see this to believe it. Thousands of years ago, ancient Sumer had the sun god, Shamash, and he had this sun disk. The sun disk is a representation of the zodiac. It's an ancient way of dating because people could edit the dates, but you can't edit the stars, right? Both of these have to do with the sun. So in this image of Christ, which is Greek for consciousness, it emerges through Virgo the Virgin in the age of Pisces, indicated by the Vesica Pisces, and it's where we get the Jesus fish. The right arm is the two fingers of Gemini. The left arm is the spiritual wisdom of Sagittarius. Pisces transitions into Aquarius, and Taurus the bull is across from Scorpio the eagle, and Leo the lion is across from the man carrying the bucket, ushering in Aquarius. Shamash, sun god, Christ, son of God. Elegant. So the ancient Sumerian kings would wear this necklace. It signified an understanding of the universal architecture of Shamash. This particular cross is a shorthand for squaring the circle, an ancient geometry problem, strangely enough solved by the Great Pyramid and its slope angle. This angle is a phi ratio from the base of the pyramid. In ancient Greece, they adopt this symbol for phi for a very crucial reason. Phi describes the torus, which I will explain with volcano smoke rings. A torus has a very particular geometry. That geometry is the key to alchemy, again from ancient Egypt. The main symbol of alchemy is the Ankh. The Ankh is also a shorthand for the exact same geometry. The Christian connection is through the cathedral, which is alchemical from the top and the front. The entrance to the cathedral contains the alchemical dating method. So let's run this back. We have ancient Sumeria and ancient Egypt who share the same symbol. This gets converted into the staff of Hermes by the Greeks, then into the pine cone by the Holy Roman or Catholic Church. How did they do that? Elegant yet again. The pine cone courtyard in the Vatican is a pine cone flanked by two peacocks. The pine cone and the peacock are shorthand explaining the geometry of the torus. This ancient alchemical science has been decoded in modern times by Malcolm Bendel. So far, he's created the Vajra turbine, a matter-to-energy turbine that runs on pretty much anything, and the thunderstorm generator that can be retrofit on any combustion engine and converts the exhaust to breathable oxygen. This is why I love this content so much. These puzzle pieces that they left have the potential to unify all the spiritual traditions through science. It requires no history and no belief, just the knowledge of geometry and its interaction with the real world. That geometry's interaction with the matrix of reality, those created the rules or the guidelines to the hidden layers of reality that were communicated through symbolism. Byproduct was a philosophy that allowed you to create in this world. And by decoding all of this, we may be able to build a brighter future. Writing is much faster than videos, which is why I offer those in the school so I can afford a haircut so I don't look like an idiot.
All right, so I'm closing with this. Y'all please hold tight. Follow this through. Don't give up yet. This is the real essence of the new world, that reality, that manifesting power, restoring it, getting back in line with it yourself, so that you understand that there's a power that you give away, but sometimes you don't understand you give away the power because of how they've trained us. So we've been trained to ignore certain aspects of ourselves. So give thanks. Closing video.
They said they came to teach us to read and write, to lift us from darkness into light. But Africa was never mute. Before a single European pen scraped paper, the continent was already alive with meaning, in gesture, in color, in rhythm, in sacred sign. Our ancestors did not need letters lined in rows to hold knowledge. They carved, painted, wove, and sang information into the world itself. Communication was not a mark on a page. It was a living pulse, moving through the hands, through the drums, through the eyes of those who understood. Among the Yoruba, messages traveled not through ink, but through aroko, the language of objects. A handful of cowries, a feather, a fragment of cloth, a bit of chalk, a knot of palm leaf. Arranged in precise order, each symbol carried a statement more layered than any paragraph. A white feather could announce peace. 2 feathers crossed might warn of betrayal. A cowrie placed beside a kola nut might declare love or alliance, depending on who received it. Aroko was logography embodied, 3-dimensional writing you could hold in your hands. No outsider could decode it without cultural initiation. Meaning depended on context, memory, and relation. It was encryption by intimacy. A message could never be divorced from the moral universe of sender and receiver. In that way, the Yoruba system anticipated not just data transmission, but ethical protocol. Truth and trust were the passwords. Across the Gulf of Guinea, the Akan of Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire perfected another visual lexicon, Adinkra. Stamped in black ink on crimson and gold cloth, the symbols were philosophy condensed into form. The spiral of Sankofa urged, return and fetch it, learn from the past. The clenched ram's horns of Dwenemen reminded rulers that strength must bow to humility. Gai Niame, the sacred swirl, meaning except for God, pulsed from palace walls, stools, drums and jewelry, declaring the divine order that framed society. Each sign carried proverb, prayer, and principle at once. Adinkra was the ethics engine of an entire civilization, moral code as design language. To wear those symbols was to declare alignment with wisdom. The cloth was a classroom, and every garment a text. Travel southeast, and the walls whisper again, this time with the curving marks of Nsibidi, the ideographic system of the Ejegum, Efik, and Igbo peoples. Its signs record treaties, marriages, verdicts, proverbs, and laws. Before courts wrote minutes, Nsibidi encoded justice. Before police logged cases, elders traced symbols in chalk or carved them on wood to record verdicts. Initiated members of the Ekpe and Ekpo societies guarded the deepest meanings, an indigenous form of classified information. Outsiders could see, but not read. That secrecy was not exclusion, but protection. Knowledge required moral readiness. Modern cryptography would call it controlled access. Each symbol could mean peace or war, depending on how it was drawn and to whom it was shown. It was semantic compression, centuries before semiotics earned a name. Where Western writing split words from worlds, and Sibidi kept them married. Far to the east, the land of Ethiopia kept script alive in another form. Ge'ez, the liturgical writing of the Aksumite Empire, still alive today in church and scripture. Its flowing syllables are not fossilized relics, but living continuity, the oldest active alphabet on Earth south of the Sahara. Northward again, in the sands of the Tuareg and Amazigh, Tifinagh inscriptions spiral across rocks, angular constellations of memory linking desert to star. Each mark, each dot and line holds geography and genealogy in timeless balance. These were not forgotten attempts at literacy. They were parallel evolutions, branches of a tree older than the alphabet itself. And to the south, in the lands of the Zulu, language itself danced in color, movement, and rhythm. The Zulu did not carve their words into stone. They wove them into life. Meaning lived in bead and drum, in gesture and praise. A young woman might send her heart in the form of a beaded necklace, each hue a syllable of emotion. Black for union, blue for longing, white for chastity, red for passion, arranged in patterns so deliberate that an entire romance could unfold between two people without a single word spoken. These were not decorations. They were letters of the spirit, worn on the body like sentences of feeling. Every gift of beadwork was a private message, every color combination a code. And when the drum spoke, the hills themselves replied. The Zulu drummer did not merely keep rhythm. He sent messages across distance, compressing language into sound. Each beat a syllable, each pattern a signal, a kind of sonic encryption only the trained could decode. On the battlefield, the tilt of a shield or the crossing of spears transmitted orders faster than speech. The army moved like a living script, each formation a paragraph of purpose. Even the village layout, circular and nested, reflected a cosmology written in geometry. The kraal at the center, the ancestors beyond, the living orbiting between. Theirs was a language of symmetry, not alphabet. The Zulu world spoke in color, rhythm, and form, an alphabet of being itself. And between them, all beat the heart of calculation and divination, the Ifa system of the Yoruba. "16 principal Odu, each marked open or closed, combine into 256 patterns, 2 to the power of 8, the same binary structure that drives every computer chip on the planet. When the Babalawo casts palm nuts or cowries onto the divination tray, he is generating data, ones and zeros, light and shadow, male and female, yes and no. Each pattern unlocks a verse, an algorithm of ethics and destiny. Decision trees, random access, binary logic, all alive in a spiritual interface thousands of years before silicon. The machine age is only rediscovering what the priests of Ifa already knew, that truth emerges from pattern, and pattern mirrors spirit. Together, these systems formed a continental web of intelligence, visual, tactile, acoustic. The Lukasa memory boards of the Luba people in the Congo stored dynastic data in beads and carvings. A trained historian could touch the board and recite centuries of lineage, territory, and law. An analog database encoded through texture and color. The Dogon of Mali mapped the orbit of Sirius B, unseen by the naked eye, through oral mathematics so precise that modern astronomers still wonder how. African drummers layered rhythms as polyrhythmic equations, independent cycles synchronizing over time, parallel processing in sound. Each village layout in Mali or Cameroon spiraled fractally outward, each hut a miniature of the whole, recursive geometry that Benoit Mandelbrot would only formalize in the 20th century. Africa was not the cradle of civilization alone. It was the prototype of information theory itself. Then came invasion, wrapped in salvation. The missionaries carried Bibles, primers, and alphabets. They called our symbols heathen, our drums demonic, our knowledge witchcraft. They promised literacy, but what they delivered was reduction. The multisensory cosmos of African meaning was compressed into a single flat line of ink. Where once communication engaged the body and the divine, it now served bureaucracy. Letters replaced symbols, handwriting replaced ritual, memory became paper. The transition was not enlightenment, it was flattening. The alphabet brought efficiency, but at the cost of depth. It trained the eyes while numbing the hands, isolated the mind from the body, and turned knowledge from participation into possession. Europe called this progress because it mirrored itself in the mirror it had shattered. To teach Africans to read and write was not to expand their world, but to shrink it into Western dimensions. What had been oral, visual, and communal became silent, linear, and solitary. The colonizers' classroom outlawed the very media through which African philosophy had always moved. The Aroko messenger became a curiosity. The Adinkra cloth was reduced to decoration. The Nsibidi script was driven underground. The Ifa tray was demonized. Colonial education replaced initiation with examination, wisdom with memorization. The alphabet became the iron chain of the mind. Yet knowledge cannot die. It only sleeps. The symbols lingered in art, in song, in the hidden language of masquerade and festival. The drummers kept time for the ancestors. The weavers stamped proverbs into pattern. The diviners kept casting, whispering to the unseen circuitry of the cosmos. What the missionaries could not destroy was the logic beneath it all, Africa's way of organizing the universe as a web of correspondence. That worldview waited patiently for a world ready to understand again. Now the same West that dismissed our symbols builds machines that imitate them. Binary code, 0 and 1, is Ifa reborn. Data encryption echoes Nsibidi's secrecy. Pattern recognition, fractal design, machine learning, all rearticulations of African epistemology. The world is returning, unknowingly, to the logic of its origin. Artificial intelligence is the ghost of our ancient intelligence, reconstructed in metal and wire. The language of the ancestors hums beneath every circuit. What they called superstition was computation by other means. If colonialism had not interrupted that evolution, if Aroko had been developed alongside electricity, if Adinkra logic had merged with symbolic programming, if Nsibidi had met typography instead of suppression, the very architecture of the internet might bear African fingerprints. We might navigate systems of meaning guided by ethics, not algorithms of profit. Communication would still carry spirit. The tactile and the digital would never have been divided. The screen would be shrine. Literacy would not have replaced wisdom. It would have expanded it. But history took another path. The invaders feared what they could not read. Europe feared an Africa that wrote without words, reasoned without equations, governed through symbol and song. To label that knowledge primitive was easier than admitting it was profound. To erase it was safer than confronting its power. Because to recognize Africa's writing systems was to admit that the origin of human intellect, of logic itself, was black. Now we stand at the threshold of remembrance. Across the continent, scholars and artists resurrect the scripts. Nsibidi taught again in Calabar. Adinkra, design reborn in global fashion. Aroko, messages reconstructed in Yoruba schools. Digital fonts recreating Tifinagh and Ge'ez. Software modeling Ifa's binary divination. The circle turns. What was buried returns through code and art. Africa's so-called past was never gone. It was simply waiting for a new interface. The truth is that Africa's communication systems were not pre-literate. They were ultra-literate. They exceeded the need for alphabet because they embodied connection rather than abstraction. To touch an Iroko message was to feel intention. To wear adinkra was to live philosophy. To read Nsibidi was to participate in law. Meaning resided not on the page, but in the relationship between minds. That is the next frontier of technology. Not faster computation, but deeper connection. When machines learn empathy, they will have caught up to the drum. And so we remember the feathers, the beads, the marks in sand, the drum beats echoing through coded rhythm, the priest casting nuts into the tray, reading the dance of randomness until order appears. These are not quaint traditions. They are archives of human genius. They show that writing can be seen, touched, heard, and felt. That wisdom is not bound by alphabet. That civilization is not measured by paper, but by presence. What Europe feared, it tried to erase. But fear cannot erase truth. The symbols carved on calabash and wall still vibrate through our blood. The ancient codes hum inside our DNA, waiting to be spoken again. Each generation rediscovers a fragment. An adinkra on a shirt, a Nsibidi tattoo, a melody that encodes a proverb. Piece by piece, the pattern reforms itself. When literacy replaced wisdom, Africa was not saved, it was silenced. But silence is not death, it is incubation. The knowledge that once moved through symbol and rhythm now moves through servers and screens, still African at its core. Every binary pulse is a whisper of Ifa. Every encrypted message echoes Nsibidi. Every design language replays Adinkra. Every emoji we send is a faint reflection of Iroko. Communication through shared symbol beyond text. So when they say, we had no writing, no science, no civilization, smile, because the evidence surrounds them in the very systems they now depend on. They are speaking African without knowing it. The future their machines chase is the past our ancestors mastered. And as dawn rises over a continent once silenced, the symbols stir again. In the marketplaces of Lagos, in the studios of Accra, in the archives of Addis, in the deserts of Tamanrasset, the old scripts are waking. The ink of tomorrow is carved in memory, and Africa is rewriting herself. Not in borrowed alphabets, but in the living geometry of her own soul. The irony is that the digital world is slowly circling back to the symbolic world Africa never left. The alphabet ruled the paper age, but screens prefer icons. We no longer read so much as we recognize. A face, a flame, a heart, tiny images carrying whole sentences of mood. This isn't regression, it's return. Humanity is relearning to speak through symbol, rhythm, and image, the same matrix of meaning that Iroko, Adinkra, Nsibidi, and Ifa perfected long ago. Artificial intelligence amplifies this shift. Neural networks don't think in words, they think in patterns, in clusters of association, visual hieroglyphs of data. The new languages being born from code will not resemble English or Latin, but dynamic fields of symbol and sound. In that sense, the future of communication may look more like an Adinkra cloth than a printed book. Africa's scripts were not relics, they were previews. What was dismissed as primitive is fast becoming prophetic. The world is only beginning to rediscover what the ancestors knew. That meaning lives not in letters, but in the connections between them. The world of tomorrow will not speak in paragraphs. It will shimmer in symbols again. The glass screens we cradle already hint at it. Icons, emojis, reactions, hieroglyphs of feeling. We scroll through miniature Adinkra, tiny Iroko offerings rendered in pixels. Each symbol carries more than its form. Context, tone, culture, rhythm. Humanity is returning, unknowingly, to the oldest literacy on Earth, Africa's. The ancestors never separated word from world. To write was to sculpt vibration into matter. When a Yoruba priest chose objects for Aroko, he was not composing a sentence. He was tuning energy. When an Akan elder stamped Adinkra, he wasn't decorating cloth. He was imprinting moral frequency on the body. When an Ekpe initiate traced Ensibidi, he wasn't drawing signs. He was summoning witness from the unseen. Every act of communication was invocation. Meaning didn't live in the mark. It lived in the meeting between souls. Europe called this magic because it could not be measured. But science now circles back to magic's frontier. Quantum physics says, the observer changes the observed. African sages already knew, perception is participation. Every symbol's power depends on who beholds it. That was Aroko's law, Nsibidi's secret, Ifa's design. The ancestors practiced relational data long before modernity discovered it. In Adinkra, the future hid itself in plain sight. The geometric spiral of Sankofa, bird turning to retrieve the egg, wasn't just a proverb, it was an algorithm for historical recursion. Cultures that forget themselves die. Those that loop back evolve. That is precisely what AI now does. Train on its own memory, refine through recursion, reach forward by turning backward. The bird of Sankofa and the loop of the neural net speak the same tongue. Everywhere you look, modernity mimics Africa. Circuit boards mirror fractal village plans. The user interface, with its rows of icons, resurrects Adinkra grammar. Binary code resurrects Ifa's palm nut logic. Virtual reality mimics the masquerade, embodiment through transformation. Even the concept of the internet, a network of interlinked presences, is but the drum reimagined. Messages traveling through vibration, uniting distance with rhythm. Had colonialism not interrupted that flow, technology might have grown organically from ritual instead of conquest. Imagine an Africa that merged Nsibidi's symbolic depth with silicon precision, Aroko's tactile encryption with digital cloud security, Adinkra's moral clarity with machine ethics. Communication would have matured as communion. Data would carry dignity. Every transmission would ask, not only is it true, but is it right? The alphabetic world chased efficiency and lost intimacy. The symbolic world sought harmony and found depth. Now, as language collapses into image and motion, we feel the pull of our origin. We crave meaning that is seen, touched, shared, not merely read. The scroll of the timeline is just the latest mask of the talking drum. So the future will not be written, it will be patterned, and those patterns will look like Africa. Because Africa never confused literacy with light. The ancestors taught that wisdom is not what you record, it's what records you. The mark on the calabash marks the carver. The word on the drum resonates back through the player. We are each inscription and inscriber, script and reader, code and consciousness. That realization is returning like sunrise through fog, and the world will follow. It has always followed Africa, even while pretending to lead. Philosophers now speak of data ethics, of embedding moral algorithms into machines so that computation serves humanity rather than consumes it. But this is not a new debate. The African system solved it centuries ago. Every symbol in Adinkra carried an ethical charge. Communication was inseparable from virtue. A message could not be true if it was unjust. Aroko's entire logic depended on trust. The objects meant nothing without moral relationship. Ifa's binary sequences were not neutral. They were tools for aligning human intention with divine balance. The African concept of knowledge was never value-free. Wisdom without ethics was considered madness. Imagine if today's technology followed that principle. Algorithms that learn compassion as well as pattern. Machines that weigh spirit as well as speed. That would be the genuine singularity, the meeting point between Ifa and AI. deeper truth is that African symbolic systems were early philosophies of consciousness. They treated thought as rhythm, memory as pattern, language as vibration. Modern neuroscience is only beginning to grasp what those traditions embodied. That cognition is distributed across the body, not confined to the brain. When the drummer plays interlocking rhythms, each limb thinking independently, yet coherently, he enacts parallel processing. When the dancer interprets drum speech through motion, she performs data visualization. When the storyteller chants proverbs in call and response, he runs a feedback loop that self-corrects through community consensus. The village itself was a neural network long before the term existed. And if we follow that line of evolution, the prophecy becomes clear. As communication evolves from written text to augmented reality, from linear sentence to multidimensional signal, humanity is approaching the frequency Africa never left. The return of symbol is inevitable. The new alphabets will not be alphabets at all, but constellations of image, sound, motion, and emotion. Interactive fields, closer to Nsibidi than to Time's New Roman. Artificial intelligence, pattern-hungry and visual, will speak in icons and maps. The next literacy will be sensory, holistic, communal, an echo of ancestral design. The screen will again become shrine. Yet even as the world rediscovers symbol, Africa must reclaim ownership of meaning. The danger is that, once again, the forms will be extracted while the philosophy is ignored. We see it already. Adinkra, printed on luxury fabrics, with no understanding of their ethics. Nsibidi, used as tattoo aesthetics, without respect for its laws. The Ifar binary, exploited as novelty in digital art. The task of this generation is to reroot technology in its original soil, to teach that a symbol is sacred contract, not ornament, to remind the world that beauty divorced from morality breeds hollow power. That reclamation begins with memory. It begins in classrooms, where Aroko is studied not as curiosity, but as early information design, where Nsibidi is taught alongside computer coding, where the Lukasa board sits beside the microchip as parallel archives of human intelligence. It begins in storytelling that names Africa not as the dark past, but as the illuminated prototype of the future. When a child in Lagos writes code inspired by Ifa, or a sculptor in Kumasi designs architecture from Adinkra symmetry, the circle completes. And perhaps one day soon, humanity will measure progress not by how much information we store, but by how much meaning we preserve. The ancestors already wrote that equation. Knowledge multiplied by ethics equals wisdom. Remove the ethics and the result collapses. The binary of Ifa, open and closed, 1 and 0, was never mechanical. It was moral polarity, harmony and chaos, life and decay. Every throw of the diviner's chain reminds us that the code of creation is choice. So the story continues, endless and spiraling, written across generations, in marks, in rhythm, in breath. Africa's writing systems were feared because they dissolved the boundary between sacred and scientific, between art and arithmetic. They showed that intelligence is not merely calculation, it is communion. That is what the colonizers could not control. And that is what the future, weary of disconnection, now seeks again. The world thinks it is racing towards something new, yet every circuit, every line of code, every algorithm is a spiral returning home. The digital age believes it is inventing the future. In truth, it is catching up to Africa. The binary, the network, the symbol, the rhythm, our ancestors spoke them long before electricity hummed. Humanity is not discovering connection, it is remembering it. In laboratories, they talk of neural nets, of distributed intelligence, of emergent behavior. But the idea that wisdom lives in relationship, not in isolation, was the pulse of African civilization. The market, the drum circle, the council of elders, all were neural networks of flesh. Every node alive, every signal moral. The future merely rebuilds the village in light. There will come a time when the world's interfaces abandon the stiff grids of the alphabet and unfold like cloth, When you send a message, it will shimmer as pattern, tone, and pulse, not as text. The next internet will feel like an Adinkra cloth unfurling, each symbol a gateway to community, each color a frequency of intent. And the protocols that guide it will owe more to Aoife's mathematics than to Western logic. The code of creation will rise again from the red earth. Perhaps the final act of history is not the triumph of machines, but the reconciliation of machines with spirit. When technology finally hums in rhythm with ethics, when data moves with empathy, the circuit will remember its origin. It will recognize the drum. Because Africa never stopped coding, she only coded in a language the West refused to learn. Every ritual, every proverb, every pattern was software running in soul. The colonial project replaced it with text that forgot the sacred, logic that forgot love. But the text is cracking. The light is bleeding through the letters. The Renaissance will not come from paper. It will come from symbol, sound, and rhythm joined again. It will come from artists who speak in geometry and engineers who pray before they design. It will come from children who write algorithms in Yoruba, Twi, and Amharic, and from elders who teach them that truth without balance is madness. When that happens, literacy and wisdom will no longer be enemies. The alphabet will bow to the drum. The circuit will echo the chant. The network will breathe. In the beginning, there were no books, only breath-shaping fire, only symbols dancing on dust. The ancestors wrote in motion, each step a syllable of the earth, each heartbeat a drum of law. They built their libraries in rhythm, their archives in cloth and sky. Then the ships came with paper and fear, and the world forgot how to listen. But the symbols waited. They hid in our songs, in the folds of our laughter, in the quiet between the drums. Now the screens flicker with ghosts. Emojis, icons, avatars. Tiny Adinkra reborn in light. The network hums in binary, the voice of Ifa beneath the wires. The digital age kneels at the riverbank, learning to hear again. And Africa rises, not as memory, but as method, not as myth, but as mirror. We are the script that survived the fire, the code that refused to crash. Our wisdom is not obsolete. It is the operating system of the future. Let the letters rest. Let the rhythm speak. The ancestors are updating the firmware of the world, line by line, drum by drum, symbol by shining symbol. The story ends where it began, in pattern, in spirit, in sound. The machines think they are evolving. They are only catching up to Africa. And Africa smiles because she remembers. Thanks for watching this episode. Do remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. And look out for the next one on Africa's great civilizations.
Paradigms are created. The remembrance, the destruction of the paradigm that has you boxed in, becoming the God of your worship, the God of your reality. You have to become greater than that. You have to know that's the science and view of that. And that anything that led to that or spoke on the star science and then the essence of our being was outlawed. And a lot of it dealt with alchemy. And alchemy, that the caduceus, the staff of Tahuti, these things are the archetypal symbols. They're archetypal symbols for those who supposedly represent something. So our ancestors really gave us a lot more than most of the time we're really realizing what was given to us. Most people have no idea of really what the ancestors did for us in the science of life, and how it was preserved. But then how others would take it and it would be flatlined to them. But then there would be those who will begin to waken up. Those of the 7 blazing fires, mountains. Those of the 7 stars, the 7 eyes, the 7 spirits. So Enoch spoke of a time period where they would be imprisoned and we would suffer because of not rising on our schedule, on our time. And then we quote, "Ye gods, children of the Most High, for all of your foundations are out of course." So are we still sailing the course of sufferers who are waiting on something to come? Or are we sailing a course, destroying that hologram, and now returning to our original self? Ye gods, children of the Most High. Amasha.
Yes,
Science of life, the paradigms. I forgot one thing, Chair. The paradigm, science of life and the paradigm. There was one more, graph that I was supposed to show. And I in that. I was in that. I was in that one. Is we go through this on solution and base with our ancestors taught, because it's science and geometry is a key. Here you have this right angle, but the construct of the right angle is you're stuck. Oh, excuse me, I made a jump. You're stuck in the 4 in the lower self. So remember, I should have meant that. So remember, Yeah. All right. I'll just go back up here. I'll just try to explain it without having to try to give the visualization. So we had the house, we had the square, and we had the triangle. So we talked about the triangle, the higher self, and being trapped into the lower self. So we have the 4 and the 3. So the 4 is the square, the box, the lower self. 3 is the highest. So in key of just keeping and remembering that, it was just to remind us of the science. But I wanted to definitely remind you about what the science says. Pythagoras took this and they call it Pythagorean theory, but it has been found not only in Mesopotamia, but ancient Kemet. So the square is the 4, the lower self. So if you're in the lower self, but you want to get into the higher self, so that means you're down here at this point, but you want to get up here to this top. So you need to know the distance or the measurement, the measure to get from the lower to the higher. So in Pythagorean, as they say, but our theory is 3 being higher self is A. Lower self is 4, that's B. So we do A squared plus B squared equals C squared. We get a 3 equals 9, and we get a 4 equals 16, which 9 plus 16 is 25, which equals C, but it is a C square we need, where C square is 25, and then the C roots of the C square is 5, which is mind. So when you're in the lower self, in this 4, the only way to get to the higher self is the mind. The mind. And so when they said you have to understand the dimensions of your existence and non-existence, it's like a parallel statement to many people's minds, because the mind is the key, and the mind is the keeper of the crossroad. The mind is what can get stuck in those in-between realms. And I'm not going further. I just got to give you a key to.
We should expect to see 2 strips to correspond with the 2 slits. But the double slit experiment defies our understanding. It involves a laser shooting beams of light particles called photons at a screen with 2 parallel slits. If we mark all the spots where the photons hit the second wall, we should expect to see 2 strips to correspond with the 2 slits. But that's not what we see. Instead, we see an alternating pattern of light and dark bands. This is characteristic of the behavior of waves that pass through both slits simultaneously, interfering with each other to create the pattern on the second screen. The bright lines are where the top of waves meet, resulting in a more intense or brighter area on the screen. The darker bands are where the top of one wave meets the bottom of another, so they cancel each other out, resulting in a less intense or darker area on the screen. Here is a photo of a real interference pattern. The original double slit experiment was conducted in 1801 by British polymath Thomas Young. Since then, it's been performed with various types of particles, including electrons, and they were found to behave in the same way. This phenomenon occurs even if the photons are fired one at a time, which suggests that the photon is interfering with itself as it passes through both slits at once. Physicists were so stumped that they decided to observe which slit the particle went through. And that's when things get really weird. When scientists used a measuring device to observe the slit that each photon passed through, the interference pattern disappeared, and the photons started behaving like particles. Instead of the spectrum of light and dark bands, we see two bright bands, indicating that the photons chose one slit or the other. So light can display characteristics of both particles and waves, known as wave-particle duality. It appears that light decides to behave as a wave when it's not being watched, and acts like a particle when it is being measured. The mere act of observing which slit it went through changed the behavior of the photons, almost as if they were aware they were being watched. It's kind of like how in a video game, the environment and objects only load when the player focuses on or interacts with them. The entire world isn't rendered all at once, allowing the game to save processing power and optimize resources. Likewise, light seems to behave like waves, but when we observe it, it's as if we're loading its properties, causing it to change and act like particles. Physicist Richard Feynman famously said, "The double-slit experiment is absolutely impossible to explain in any classical way, and has in it the heart of quantum mechanics. In reality, it contains the only mystery." The most widely accepted theory to explain this phenomenon comes from physicist Niels Bohr, who proposed that particles like photons don't have definite properties until they're observed. So in the case of light, photons exist in a wave-like form representing a range of possible positions until they are observed. When we measure or observe the particle, we force it to choose a definite state, behaving like particles. This is called the Copenhagen interpretation, named in honor of Bohr's home city. However, to this day, no one knows why observing a particle causes its behavior to change. Not everyone was a fan of his theory. Einstein disagreed that particles could be in multiple states at once until
in this, but I do want to play a little part back, just a little bit.
Form representing a range of possible positions until they are observed. When we measure or observe the particle, we force it to choose a definite state, behaving like particles.
We force it to choose a definite state when we observe. Bobby Hemmett said, life is realizing that it doesn't exist. It's a series of events that have never really happened. Meaning, if the particle can choose, what is the reality? Is it based on the observation of the mind? Or is there a reality outside of that? But whatever the mind chooses becomes the state of the reality. So when someone binds you mentally, they've sealed you into creating a reality. Then they seal that reality through a God construct. And the seven mountains are burning and blazing, and they're lost in a place where the end of earth and heaven. A non-existent place, a nothingness. The duai, the void. So it's science. Our ancestors spoke in science, and it's real. Give thanks, Jim.
Yes, I give thanks, give thanks. I wanted to show another good example of this tradition being put into technology that we're using right at this moment. It'll be just 2 minutes long.
Further, In the earliest 1900s, archaeologists discovered very ancient bronze artifacts in eastern Nigeria at a site called Ibo Ukwu, properly pronounced Ibo Ukwu, and one of the artifacts was a distinct model of this unified field. The artifact is called the Ibo Ukwu torus model, or the hyperball. The hyperball was created by the ancient Igbo scientists, which displays an intricate geometric pattern of lines, circles, and curves consisting of interconnected hexagonal shapes. It contains every math formula, every law of physics, every harmony, and every biological life form. Nigerian-born physicist and super scientist Philip Emeagwali, who is known as the father of the internet, invented his model of the hyperball to create the internet grid inspired by the ancient Igbo hyperball constructed by our ancestors more than 6,000 years before quantum field theory was introduced. What modern physicists have only recently discovered, ancient African scientists knew the science of unified fields, a system of cosmological knowledge, Afa or Ifa.
Yes, give thanks.
I forgot you. The floor is open. If anyone had any questions, anyone had some words that, from what was being discussed, brought to them to some kind of thought process. I'm sorry, I just kept going because I was trying to race against time. Which I really wasn't racing against time, but you know how we say it. Any words from anyone? Someone had something there. Okay, all right, Jim. Law of mentalism. Give thanks.
So, yes, sir. Give thanks. Wow.
Land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods of to be. Like bees to our hive swiftly. Children are gathered to thee with red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from harm. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. Needless night who keeps Ethiopia free, to advance with
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks once again. And we will close off the music there. So.
I am life. I am light. I am liberation. I am that I am. I am love. I am life. I am light. I am liberation. I am that I am. I am that I am. I am that I am. Amashe.
So I'm a shit. I said, shoot. See you later.
Honor to the king, the queen, King Alpha, Queen Omega, Father Time, Mother Nature, the divine unity between creation and the Creator, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. See you.
Yes, sir. Negotiate salam. Yes, sir. See you all next week for another Thursday with our story. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Bless the Lord.